From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you for the next 5 hours here on Westwood One Sports. Of course, the show, you can watch it as well. Maybe you're listening on satellite on SiriusXM. Maybe you're in one of our local affiliates across the country, perhaps the Odyssey app. But you can also watch the show on YouTube. Make sure you check that out. Give us a follow as well if you want to check us out on socials. Westwood One Sports, at Alex Gold, at Alex Casey Gold, at Austin Huff. And man, Austin, I think most of our audience, I feel safe saying this, most of our audience is waking up today. Just frigid weather, maybe some snow on the ground. I know you and I'm based in Kansas City. You're based in Chicago. We got snow on the ground. It's negative 17 wind chill. So hope everybody's just staying warm and just listening to us and watching some sports this weekend, man.
Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, you've got like a 6-inch look into my world right now. But I can tell you, just outside those 6 inches, I'm just surrounded by space heaters. It is because I do the show currently from my basement in Chicago, where it is. And this is not wind chill. The high right now is -9. -9. That is not so. That'd be a great golf score. But if you see that on your thermometer, that's just take me somewhere tropical, please. That is the way you beat these Chicago winters.
Right. Look, I'm from here. I'm from the Midwest, so you would think I should be used to it by now. I mean, I even lived for a short period of time all the way out in Boise, Idaho. So I've had cold weather, but I don't know if you ever really truly get used to it. But hope everybody's staying safe out there. If you do have to get around, I know there's also a lot of you listening that have to work in these elements, whether you're working for your respected Department of Transportation, cleaning the streets, whatever it may be. So everybody can get to work, and so we appreciate that.
Shout out the delivery
We're gonna have
drivers.
some fun though, man. Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, the delivery drivers. You guys are doing the Lord's work out there, with those driving those delivery trucks. A lot of times with the doors open, so you can go easily from stop to stop.
Oh man,
God bless you. We love you all.
So we're with you for the next 5 hours. We're staying warm. Hope you guys are as well. And it is championship weekend, and that's how we're going to start things off. We're going to check in on a couple of these cities and sites as well. We're going to head out to Buffalo next hour and talk about a team that's not in championship weekend. And although they become the story of the week, as Sal Capaccio in Buffalo and Sean McDermott, of course, let go, plus just the owner press conference that took place today, or this week, I should say. So we'll talk about that today on the show. We'll also go out to Denver with Zach Bye as the Broncos are hosting an AFC title game. And we'll also have some fun with the Schuyler twins and one of the Schuyler brothers on the show. So that's coming up a little bit later on today. But man, AFC title game, NFC title game. I think that for me, there's no question which one I'm more intrigued by. Now, there's storylines with each one. But Rams, Seahawks, to me, this is about as good as it gets. To me, these are the two best teams remaining in the postseason field. And if they were in different conferences, this would be the Super Bowl. I do think these are the two best. And for me, the Rams are the only team maybe that can actually go into Seattle and get a victory.
Yeah, no, it's funny. This is like, and we'll get to the other matchup as well. But in this Rams Seahawks game, I don't think it could be closer aligned when it comes to these two teams. Like, if you just go back to the two times that they matched up this season, LA wins in week 11 at SoFi. And in the two games this season, they score 58 points and have 830 yards in two games. The Seahawks, they obviously win in overtime at home in week 16. In the two games this season, they had 57 points and 829 yards. Literally 1 point and 1 yard separate these two teams matched up. Like, I don't think they could be more evenly matched if we tried.
That historic aspect to the rivalry is pretty crazy, just to see how evenly matched they are. And this is a Seattle team that in their one game they've played this postseason, I mean, that thing was about over literally from the opening kickoff. When Shaheed took that thing back, I think we all kind of sensed that the Niners were in big trouble, already knowing the injuries that they had suffered. You and I talked about the Niners injuries going in the Eagles game. They were able to overcome them
Yeah.
to their credit, but that was an Eagles team that was really struggling, as we know, all year offensively. Then you lose George Kittle, and so they were 7-point underdogs in that Seattle game, and it turns out for pretty good reason the way it was playing out, and they just had no answer whatsoever for that Seattle Seahawks defense. Now, I think the difference for me in this particular game, then we can get into some of the legacy stuff, is this is a game where I think Sam Darnold will have to do something. Last week we said, hey, he can truly just be the game manager and let the defense kind of carry it. And that was to the extreme last week. I mean, he truly had such a lead, and he was able to get, pulled, I think, late in that game because of how comfortable it was. Now, they did lose Zach Charbonnet, which is a significant loss, serious knee injury, so it will be the Kenneth Walker show, although he had, 4 touchdowns in that game, if I'm not mistaken, last week. But Sam Darnold, I don't think he can just go out there, maybe you disagree, and truly only play the game manager role. I think he will have to make some plays this go-around, but I don't think this is the same old Sam Darnold. If the Seahawks lose, I don't think it'll be because Sam Darnold, crapped the bed, so to speak, like he maybe did in the postseason a year ago. I think he has shown in his Week 18 performance against the Niners last week in the divisional round, that Sam Darnold, I do believe, is ready for this particular moment.
Yeah, Sam Darnold, this is going to be a wild take, so roll with me here. Sam Darnold, to me, I equate him to Adam Sandler, right? Okay, he's had a lot of games early in his career where it's just silly, and we could not take him seriously. Now, he's starting to buckle down, and he's starting to put together a pretty strong resume. You've got your uncut gems. You've got your Jay Kelly. Even earlier back in the day, Punch Drunk Love. He's showing a side to him that we aren't used to seeing, and yet we're still not giving him the credit. Obviously, the Oscar nominations just came out, and Adam Sandler snubbed again for Jay Kelly. Sam Darnold, every week, it seems like we're like, well, we really got to see if Sam Darnold can step up, when he has passed every test that we've thrown his way this season. And he's just, for whatever reason, we cannot get on board this Sam Darnold is good train. And I agree with you, Alex. I think literally this is the game. This is the one where it's like, okay, man, this is the test. And I know we've said that literally last week, the week before, all throughout the regular season. But if he can get over this hump, then it's like, okay, Sam Darnold is here to stay, and I think we should throw an Oscar nomination his way.
Now that you're talking Oscars, maybe we'll have to work that in later this week, if not next week, because I had not seen a single one of the Best Picture nominees, but I've watched 2 of them in the last 2 nights. So we can get into that.
They're solid.
You're a big movie guy.
It's a solid list this year, yeah.
I mean, we're speaking to someone right here in Austin that has been a seat filler, before at these kind of events. So we have to absolutely discuss that a little bit.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, Sam Darnold last week, Austin, 12-17, $124 and a pick. I mean, that truly is, they didn't even need that. I mean, they won 41-6, as we know, against the 49ers. But legacy for him, I mean, it is kind of crazy to think about, knowing the 4 quarterbacks remaining, and it's Stidham, and it's Darnold, and it's May, and it's Stafford. Stafford, of course, the one that already has a ring, and we can talk about him solidifying his Hall of Fame career if he were to get to a Super Bowl and pull off another ring here and join an elite company of quarterbacks to have 2 rings, which pretty much locks up your Hall of Fame case if there was still any debate for him. But jumping the line could be Sam Darnold. Jumping the line could be Drake May. I mean, in a crazy scenario, could be Jared Stidham. That is really insane to think about, knowing the conversations we've all had for the last 5 years about Mahomes and Burrow and Lamar and, of course, Josh Allen.
Yeah, we talk about all the parity in the NFL, but really, when it comes down to it, when it comes down to this weekend, it's always the same names. It's always the same teams. Whereas like baseball, for example, you get a random year where the Nationals win the World Series. You get a random year where the Texas Rangers win a World Series. In football, it's always the same, 4 to 6 teams that are mixed and matched into this championship weekend. And this year we're getting something new. And without those big names, there is no Mahomes, there's no Allen, there's no Jackson, there's no Burrow. Those are the 4, biggest quarterback names, and they're all sitting at home watching from their couch. And I just feel like I'm excited for that aspect of it. I hate what happened to Bo Nix, because I feel like that kind of tarnishes what otherwise would have been a really, really good matchup. And not to take anything away from Jared Stidham, but I mean, how can you not take it away from Jared Stidham? Like, I mean, it's like he's a career backup going literally against, one of the best teams in the AFC all season in the Patriots. And Patriots haters probably love it because now they have an added excuse to use against the Patriots as they use the schedule argument against them all season long. Oh, of course the Patriots are winning. They got the easiest schedule in football. And now they kind of get one of the easiest paths to the Super Bowl throughout the playoffs. So Patriots haters are probably loving this because win or lose, they have ammo. But I don't know. As a football fan, I just wish that we got best on best, and we're not getting that in that game, which I'm glad it's kind of the first game. It's the appetizer going into the dessert at night, which with Rams and Seahawks.
Feels like that's what it is. But, I'll say, as far as the Patriots schedule talk goes, and we certainly discussed that a couple weeks ago, right, as the postseason was getting going. The defenses, though, that Drake May are going through, I mean, you're talking about a Texans defense, now a Broncos defense, which that defense is still going to be, and it still is legit. I know last week they gave up 30-plus in the win against Buffalo, and they forced 5 turnovers, and they still gave up 30. But I don't suddenly view the Broncos defense way worse than what we did all year. I mean, I have a huge sample size of 17 games in the regular season where the Broncos were causing problems for just about everybody. So I do think in the Patriots defense, I would say, well, yeah, the quarterbacks they're facing right now, the way it's trending, doesn't look like a daunting road. But the defenses do. And the other part, and if you're a Patriots fan and you're listening, I learned this throughout the last 5 to 7 years with some of the takes that were coming towards the Chiefs' way, frankly, having lived in Kansas City here and done radio here. Look, man, the rings, the flags, they fly forever. You don't have to apologize to anybody for who you beat. That's a legacy conversation maybe for the quarterbacks. But as you a fan, it doesn't matter, man. Get that ring however you got to get that ring. As far as Bo Nix goes, yeah, that flat out sucks, And the way that played out, and we now know, he earthed that ankle on that second to last play, the rollout, that design run to the left, and I have no idea how he continued to play, and nobody really knew anything was wrong until, of course, Sean Payton stepped up to that podium and told everybody. I mean, ultimate high as a Broncos fan to I'm imagining a pretty low point for Broncos fans. And again, we'll go out to Denver later on in the show and check in with some of the sports radio there and covers the Broncos to kind of react to that and look ahead. But I don't think this is the game that gets out of hand. I know we can give our official picks later. We're just getting started here, but I think because of the defense of the Broncos, you see Denver as a 4.5-point underdog over at BetMGM right now. They were 5.5, so it's actually gone down a little bit. But man, I think the Broncos defense gives them a legit shot to stay in this thing. And if you get a one possession game late, that's all you can ask for, I think, if you're a Denver Broncos fan, knowing that your quarterback's out. Because how many points is Bo Nix worth? This is no shot at him. I think he had a great year, but it's not Josh Allen. It's not Patrick Mahomes. It's not Joe Burrow, et cetera. So, even if you talk in the betting world, I mean, you see it at 4.5 points. Is Bo Nix worth 4.5 points? I don't think so. I think he's worth like maybe 3, maybe 4 max. The handicappers out there will tell you somebody like Josh Allen or Mahomes might be worth 7 points or something like or more in the betting world. So I actually think, the Broncos plus 4.5 is the bet that I like the most in this game. I would probably ultimately pick New England as we get to this later on. But how do you see that? Because I don't think suddenly if Bo Nix was playing, the Broncos would be like 2 or 3 point favorites. I think this would be maybe a pick 'em, or they'd be 1-point dogs.
No, you're right. And this Broncos defense is like kind of, the anchor for this team and has been all season long. And, Bo Nix has had his fair share of struggles throughout the regular season, ups and downs. Some weeks he looks amazing. Other weeks some weeks he looks like Oregon Bo Nix. Other weeks he looks like Auburn Bo Nix. And I feel like this is it. We've made the comps for the Broncos where they are to the 2016 Broncos, where that defense kind of carried an elderly Peyton Manning to the Super Bowl. I feel like if Peyton Manning broke his ankle in those playoffs, we probably would have had the same outcome. I feel like they could have put in another quarterback in, I don't know, was it Brock Osweiler back then or something, where that defense was good enough to carry them through. I think it's similar here. However, this Patriots team is good, and the way they were able to, the way Drake May was able to beat that Texans defense, which in my opinion is arguably better, at least definitely on the front four. That to me was like, oh, maybe this Patriots team will have no issue at all going against the Broncos. So I don't know. I go back and forth on this so much. I will say this, though. I think it is absolutely hilarious that this time last week, we opened up the show and I came out guns a-blazing talking about the TTKs, the teams that are tough to kill. And I said every single game this weekend, all 4 games in the divisional round of the playoffs had a TTK in it. And my TTKs were the Bears, the Texans, the Bills, and what was the and the Niners. What happened to my TTKs? I'm pretty sure they were ETKs. They were so easy to kill. Literally every single one of them lost last week. I couldn't have been more wrong on that take last week. So I just I would be remiss if I did not say a hand raise. That one's on me. I guess I was completely wrong on that one.
Yeah, look, man, we could go through that. I think I said specifically last week that Buffalo, if it's in the 20s or better, there's no way they're losing to Denver.
Yeah.
So you know what?
So close on that.
It happened.
We were so close on that.
Yeah. I said, man, Denver's got to keep this thing in the teens. Now, in fairness, look, this is why it's gambling. I did not predict 5, Buffalo Bills or 4 Josh Allen turnovers and handing the football with 11 seconds to go before half. Literally handing the football to the Denver Broncos, setting up a field goal. But it happens. This is why we watch the sports.
Yeah.
This is why the NFL is king. You never know what's going to happen.
Well, to piggyback off that, I said James Cook, if he goes over 100, the Bills are winning this game. He went over 100, and the Bills almost won the game.
Well, look,
again, we were so
Austin,
close.
that's the thing. That's the thing. What we just said, the Bills, it doesn't matter now, but the Bills played a better football game, like in terms of moving the ball than Denver did and everything. They just 5 turnovers on the road. I think the stat that they had during the broadcast there, I think it was with Nance and Romo. What were the teams that had 3 or more turnovers, 1 in 87 or something like that in a playoff game? So anyway, all right, up next, I do want to talk more about the Rams and the legacy aspect for Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay. This could be it for Matthew Stafford, but he would join elite company if he gets to another Super Bowl. We'll get into that. We'll also discuss a little bit more on the Seahawks defense. We talk Patriots defense, Texans defense, but what about the Seahawks defense, knowing how good they have been historically in the past? We're just getting started here on a Saturday. It is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Our secondary, we know what type of quarterback he is, and our D-line pass rush. Going back to last year in the wild card, we got after him. The pass rush got after him. We was in Minnesota. And, it's always going to be the back of his head. You know what I'm saying? So if the D-line can get after him, we can make plays on the ball. That's going to win us the game.
Do you see him get rattled?
I feel like our D-line can rattle any quarterback. Man, we got some guys on that D-line, on the edge and in the interior, man. So I feel like our D-line can be X-factor for us.
That was Rams safety Cam Curl on Underdog earlier in the week, talking about going up against Sam Darnold for another time. Certainly very confident heading in to their matchup, where the Seattle Seahawks right now have looked like the best team in football, but this is Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford, a lot of experience going on the road to take on the Seahawks. And I know a lot has been made about the cold weather, as we talked about a week ago with Matthew Stafford, but really not going to be a huge issue weather-wise this weekend in the NFL. Last week we had some of those picturesque type of images in Chicago and certainly in Foxborough, and we're really not going to get that, it looks like, this particular weekend. So I don't think that's as much of a factor as it maybe could have been last week. Now, what do you make of those comments, though, man? Because I think we discussed Sam Darnold to start the show a little bit, and I don't think it is the same old Sam Darnold. But I do think, for him, this is an opportunity that you have to capitalize on. I don't put him in the same grouping of even somebody like Drake May, who we think maybe has a chance to be back in this position multiple times in his NFL career. There's no guarantee, but I think given his age and the way he has played and potentially the MVP of the league, he might be back here. There's a real chance that this Seattle Seahawks team, even though I love Mike McDonald and the job he's doing as a head coach, this might be their one shot. This might be Sam Darnold's only shot in his career to get to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, the weather certainly wasn't a factor last week, and with the Rams heading to Chicago, that was all the talk going into the game. It's like, oh, how's this LA team going to deal with these brutal Chicago temperatures? And they just walk right in and they steal a dub. And Curl, who you heard from coming back, was a big part of that. It had a huge interception, and they somehow melted the Iceman, Caleb Williams. This defense for the Rams, I feel like, is probably the most underestimated defense going into championship weekend. This defense is the Sam Darnold of defenses going into this weekend. Nobody's ready to take them seriously yet, and yet they've been week in and week out. They've answered the bell, and I mean, they looked really good last week in Chicago. And that was a tough place to play on the road, a very hungry fan base wanting a win, and they just waltzed right in, and they made the stops when needed. It's a bunch of key fourth down stops in that game. Now this week, you got another test with the Seahawks, which is kind of somewhat similarly built. They lean on the run a lot, and a very good running team. I'm curious, man. I just think that I think that the Rams unit on defense should be given more props, because look, we talk about the Patriots defense, we talk about the Broncos defense and the Seahawks defense, but I think the unit we have talked about the least on this show, and not just we, I say the collective we, as in America, has talked about the least, is this Rams defense.
I think that's fair. I would say their secondary is probably that reason. Their front, though, to your point about Verse and company, that's where they'll get you, and they can surprise people if you're not ready for it. I think the secondary, they're a little vulnerable, and we'll see how the Seahawks try to attack that. We know Jackson Smith and Jigba has had a career season. He's been phenomenal. Sam Darnold, all of it put together. It's why Clint Kubiak, their offensive coordinator, is getting looks as a head coach, and it's why Chris Shula, who is the DC of that Rams defense, as you were bringing up there, Chris Shula is a leading candidate maybe to get one of these head coaching jobs as well. It's just taken a while. Both teams are still alive, and so it's delayed a little bit of the whole interview process there. I think, though, what we've seen from the remaining teams and quarterbacks and how they have had success against defenses like this is, if you notice, out of these three or four, they also happen to be the three or four quarterbacks that lead the league in touchdown passes under center. And I don't want to get too nerdy with this, just going under center and just where the league is trending. But you look, who has the most touchdown passes under center in football this year? Matthew Stafford. And you're like, well, no kidding. He has the most touchdown passes. I get that. But he has, I think, 28 touchdown passes under center. Sam Darnold's in the top 3. Drake May is
Yeah.
in the top 3. You know, like that has been how the league has shifted a little bit, and that's how they've attacked some of these defenses. It's something I'll be watching a little bit this weekend as well. And while it might not be the weather up there in Seattle, it is still one of the great atmospheres in the NFL. And somebody that's going to be on the call, that broadcast for Westwood One, one of the great broadcasters in the business, Kevin Harlan, was on Westwood One Sports earlier in the week with BetMGM Tonight, talking with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans to discuss why he thinks maybe Seattle is the best home field advantage in the league.
Well, the Seattle crowd, Brad, is terrific. It's up there with Arrowhead. You know, the one thing about the Chicago crowd, just to finish off that, is so many of those people had gloves on that all you kind of heard was a thud and the screaming. So it wasn't the sharp, crisp, you know, crack of a clap that can, you know, really pierce a cold night like we had in Chicago last week. So it was a lot of gloves, you know, but it was loud, and they were screaming at the top of their lungs. Arrowhead is got the record supposedly with the decibel count, but Seattle is incredibly loud. There are some other ones. Denver can get very, very loud. Some of the new stadiums are engineered and configured, and Lumen is one of those up in Seattle. It is purposely configured the way it is to keep the noise in. And the ownership that built that stadium did that on purpose. And that is one of the reasons why it is so loud. In Arrowhead, they just got, you know, 70,000 plus nuts that will just scream at anything, and they have. And they've had reason to scream because of the incredible, you know, linking of successful season after successful season.
Kevin Harlan will be on the broadcast for the NFC title game up in Seattle, by the way, here on Westwood One Sports as well. Go ahead, sorry.
Don't underestimate the massive parking lot outside Arrowhead that gets the liquor, you know, the liquid courage into Chiefs fans' bellies right before game. That also adds to the noise. But I love the take about the gloves too. You know, in Chicago, I feel like they're at a disadvantage to be as loud as they possibly could be because of the glove factor, right? Like it's like when you hit that, it's like hitting a pillow. It's not loud. It can't get noisy. But if you can go no gloves at a game, that's so much louder. It's so much advantageous for the home team.
Yeah, man, just you got to start slapping the seats in front of you, man. You got to do whatever you can to make some noise. Right. Anybody that's been in these cold weather cities, you know, you got to find whatever you can to amp up the volume a little bit. Back to the quarterbacks, though. You know, Sam Darnold is one thing and a great story, and where he started it with New York to now be in a spot to go to a Super Bowl with Seattle. Matthew Stafford, we don't know if this is it, but I think there were retirement rumors last year, and heck, he was hurt in the offseason, and people were wondering, was his neck all right? Was his back all right? And to his credit, he not only did he put together a sensational statistical season, but the injury thing was not even a story all year. You know, that was something I know people were concerned about. Heck, in the offseason, one of the reasons when we were discussing, do you take a bet on the Rams to win the Super Bowl? Do you trust Matthew Stafford to stay healthy? And he has, and here they are. They're a win away from going to a Super Bowl. Legacy-wise, if he gets this, it puts him in pretty rare company. I mean, I think it solidifies his entire legacy, and it's why if they were to get to a Super Bowl and win it, and I think, by the way, the winner of the Seattle and LA game does win the Super Bowl. I think that'll decide who the winner is. I don't think the winner's coming from the AFC game, personally. But guys with 2 rings, you're talking about Peyton Manning, you're talking about Eli Manning, you're talking about Big Ben, Steve Young, John Elway. I mean, these are the names that Matthew Stafford would join. And those guys are all Hall of Famers, right? I mean, that's case closed, wouldn't it be?
Well, yeah. My question is, you know, like you look at a guy like Matthew Stafford. I think Matthew Stafford is so underrated just for what he did in Detroit for so long, and then what he's done since coming to LA. If Matthew Stafford can somehow get this ring, and I know we're putting the cart way before the horse here, but if he can get that second ring, is he viewed higher than in Aaron Rodgers? Because Aaron Rodgers only has the 1 ring, but Aaron Rodgers has the more personal accolades, you know, more MVPs. And I think he should, but I don't think he will.
Yeah, no, Aaron Rodgers, to me, I get the ring part of it. Aaron Rodgers, though, I think across the board will be viewed, even if people maybe don't like the way he goes about his business or whatever. You take that stuff aside. I think he not only is also a first ballot Hall of Famer, to me, he's just been the better quarterback. And Matthew Stafford, to his credit here in LA, he is now starting to get the stats and the rings and maybe multiple rings now that people look at. But now Aaron Rodgers, to me, absolutely had the better career, even if he comes up one ring short. And this is why, and I get why you bring it up, but this is why I get annoyed even with the ring conversation, because there's way more nuance to it. You know, everything is now just
Right.
the ring debate. And I get
Yeah.
it. When we're talking about like the greatest of all time and the margin is so thin, you have to nitpick, did this guy get 5 rings or this guy get 4 rings or whatever it may be. But Matthew Stafford, Aaron Rodgers, nobody's putting them in the GOAT conversation. But between the two, I'll tell you this, I would rather have had in his prime Aaron Rodgers than prime Matthew Stafford, no question.
Now, but is this kind of Matthew Stafford fighting this fight with one hand tied behind his back just based off of the number of years that he had in Detroit? Because I mean, and look, this is not knock at Detroit, but we all know what Detroit was prior to, Dan Campbell arriving to town. Like it was down there at basement dweller with the Cleveland Browns, as an organization. It was just so poorly run, and they could not win. They had a winless season one year. Matthew Stafford is a part of that franchise. If he's playing for literally any other franchise for Detroit in that first part of his career, is it a closer fight?
Oh, potentially could. Sure. Now, look, the Lions franchise was terrible for many, many, many years. He also, some of the number, Calvin Johnson, a Hall of Famer at wide receiver. The organization as a whole, if we're just talking about getting to the playoffs and Super Bowl, sure. But statistically, Matthew Stafford, let's not act like he didn't have any weapons on the offensive side of the ball. I think also,
Right.
if we're going to play the weapon game a little bit, we know the story in Green Bay for like a decade was that they never would draft a wide receiver. They would never really, a top first-round receiver, I should say. They didn't spend money in free agency to go get him weapons if we're talking about Rodgers. So I think you can make a case on both ends of that. I just look, maybe Stafford gets his first MVP this year. I tend to think he will, and it'll be kind of a cherry on top of his career. But Aaron Rodgers has what? Does Aaron Rodgers have 4? Is it 4 MVPs at this point in time in his career?
Yeah.
I know 3, at least. Maybe it's 4. So he's got 4. Compared to none. Now, maybe it becomes 1 after this year. I really don't. I get your point. I don't really think it's all that close, though, necessarily in the who would you rather have had at quarterback in their particular career. But that's why this is such a big 2-game stretch. Matthew Stafford puts himself in a different category if he gets to another Super Bowl, if he gets another ring. As I said, the rare air. Now, on the other side, the coaching end too, Austin, you take a look at Sean McVay. I believe there are 14 coaches. Yeah, I believe 14 coaches that have multiple rings, if I'm not mistaken, in the NFL. And Sean McVay would have 2. And, I don't know if he's going to coach for 20 more years, and he's a younger coach, but we'll see. Either way, Sean McVay for years now has been considered one of the best, but all of a sudden he gets to another ring. That changes, I think, how people will view him long-term in this league as well.
Yeah, you mean Sean McVay, the second longest tenured head coach in the NFL right now? Sean McVay?
Yeah.
The Sean McVay who is literally my age. Sean McVay who got that job when he was 30 years old. What Sean McVay has done is, my goodness, if this dude goes on to coach for 20 more years, how many more accolades can he ring up? And look, I know, again, we're kind of putting the cart before the horse, but he already has a Super Bowl. Do you know how many coaches have been coaching in the NFL for 25 plus years? They've never even been to a Super Bowl. And Sean McVay got one, has been to 2 Super Bowls. They're on the doorstep of going to his 3rd. And his team is always competitive. Since he took over, we haven't talked about a Rams team that has been a bottom feeder, picking at the top of the draft. They're always good, and they're always offensively good. And I don't know, man. I don't know what is in that hair gel that he puts in his hair every day, but my goodness, dude, he is a freaking mastermind.
Yeah, he's been one of the top play callers and play designers in the league for a while now. This year, they also changed it up. They use, I think, more 3 tight end sets than anybody else in the NFL this year. And they've got 3 pretty darn good tight ends as well. It helps when your quarterback is Matthew Stafford and they got Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. So it might feel like he didn't have weapons to work with, but it's been sensational in that division. You know, I know they did not win the West this year, but to think the Niners and the Seahawks and the Cardinals, you know, and Rams are all in one division. Take the Cardinals, I guess, out of the convo a little bit, but that division is the toughest in football. And to now go on the road, and we'll see if they complete the job tomorrow against Seattle. It's going to be a tough task, I think, for them. But yeah, Sean McVay has already put himself and for a couple years as one of the top 3 coaches or so. Now that Mike Tomlin's not coaching, now that some of these other coaches have moved on, John Harbaugh's now in New York, as we know, with the Giants. Sean McVay, to me, is pretty clearly in that top 3 category of coaches right now in the league. Now, a coach that is no longer coaching, that maybe will sit out a year, we'll see. How about Sean McDermott? He gets fired after that loss at overtime to the Broncos last week, and things have got a little chaotic in Buffalo. I want to dive into some comments from their owner this week, including Keon Coleman just getting ran over a few times by a bus in that press conference, just as a bystander, seemingly, during that whole thing. We'll talk about Buffalo and what it means for Josh Allen next.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff, who felt strongly about the player. And, he's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it. But I'm here to tell you the true story.
Terry Pegula, the owner of the Buffalo Bills, holding a press conference with his GM that also got promoted this week after the firing from Sean McDermott, Brandon Beane. And man, oh man, this week has been chaotic in Buffalo. Now, we'll go to Buffalo next hour and check in with Sal Capaccio, who is a sideline reporter for the Bills, also with WGR 550 there in Buffalo, to see if things have calmed down a little bit since the initial reaction to this. But let's first address what you just heard, because Keon Coleman, to this point, absolutely has been a bust. I mean, there is no disputing that. But, man, this kid just out of nowhere just gets completely ran over by the owner of the franchise. How is he on the team next year? There's no way. You just had the owner essentially say, we didn't want you. The guy we just fired wanted you. And we'll ask Sal about it, but there's been some video and audio that came out from the Combine suggesting that that's not even necessarily true, that, no, Brandon Beane was very much a fan of Keon Coleman. Remember, they made a trade with the Chiefs. Like, the Chiefs traded up with the Bills to get Xavier Worthy. The Bills end up drafting Keon Coleman. And it's not like, Xavier Worthy has not been great, but he also has done much better than Keon Coleman. But man, if I'm Coleman, I'm like, what? I'm just sitting over there like, what? Why am I getting brought up here in this press conference?
Yeah, literally the epitome of taking strays. Bills fans went to bed on Saturday night with thinking they were living a nightmare, and they still haven't woken up yet. Like, it went from, this is one of the premier teams in the AFC, to now literally it's the meme of Joaquin Phoenix putting clown makeup on his face in the mirror. Like, that is what the Bills have become. And it's all thanks to their billionaire owner, Terry Pegula. Like, if there was about Masterclass, you know how you can go on to Masterclass and you can learn directing from Martin Scorsese, you can learn improv from Amy Poehler, you can learn how to write great stories from John Grisham. But there's a new Masterclass out there now. How to learn terrible PR from Bills owner Terry Pegula. This is, and like, when he chimes in a press conference, hey, can I chime in here real quick? What you should say is no. You should say, no, you cannot chime in. But because he has billions of dollars, nobody is allowed to say no. So, of course, you have to let him go. And what he did is blast literally it wasn't even a first-round draft pick. It was their second-round draft pick from last year, Keon Coleman. And Keon Coleman's probably just like at home. All of a sudden, his phone starts blowing up, and it finds out that no one in the front office even wanted him on the team. Like, that is just brutally bad. And now you kind of see why Josh Allen, he didn't meet with the media during locker cleanout day, which he has done every year of his career prior. You kind of see why he's kind of laying low. It's because, I don't want to be associated with this mess. I mean, he's the only smart one in the building, it seems like.
There's nothing better than owner press conferences, because you don't really know what is going to happen. I mean, whether it was his earlier in the week, I think it was Stephen Ross, the owner of the Dolphins, who was introducing their new GM and coach and forgot the coach's name, which was a great moment as well. So they've provided some great content. It really was. Look, going to the Sean McDermott part of this whole scenario, 8 playoff appearances in 9 years, and I actually think this playoff run was the least fireable. Does that make sense? Like, I think if you were going to fire Sean McDermott, I could point to other playoff exits in other seasons where he was far more to blame. I actually think this was one of the better coaching jobs for Sean McDermott. I really believe
Yeah.
that McDermott
Agreed.
took a roster, and this is why I don't know how Brandon Beane actually kept his job, let alone got promoted by the organization. If you're going to fire Sean McDermott, I would have just cleaned house altogether. This roster was not that great. Josh Allen elevated the roster. Sean McDermott, I thought, had one of his better coaching seasons. So, and even the playoff loss to the Broncos, I felt like that was way less on McDermott than, the 13-second game or
Right.
some of these other exits they've had when they haven't been able to get over the hump. I mean, Josh Allen had 4 turnovers for crying out loud and handed the ball to Denver. Now, you're never getting rid of Josh Allen. I'm not suggesting that they should do that by any means, but I think this was not the year I would have got rid of McDermott, especially seeing you would have had a plan, I would think, if you're going to fire a coach that's had success like Sean McDermott. Now they're out here. I know we'll talk coaching candidates later. They're interviewing Phillip Rivers. That's the real thing. They're Phillip Rivers, the high school coach,
the clown makeup, man. It is
for a couple games.
Yeah, it's fully applied.
I mean, their interview. I mean, right now it feels like Brian Daboll might be the leader in the clubhouse, and we'll ask Sal Capaccio in Buffalo, I should say, about it. But I really actually disagree with the firing at this point in time.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, take it from me, okay? I am a Tennessee Titans fan, so I like to consider myself somewhat of an expert in firing coaches and when it is right to do so and not right to do so. This was not a moment where it's right to do so. And if you listen to any of the press conference, both Brandon Beane and Terry Pegula said they had to fire him, Sean McDermott, based off of that game. And it was like, you're right. Like, that was not the game to fire him after. If anything, Sean McDermott, I think he's a better coach now than I did last Saturday when they lost. Because knowing that he has coached 98 wins, made the playoffs in all but 1 year, all under that ownership, and with the roster construction that Brandon Beane provided for him, this was the worst roster that they have had since Sean McDermott got here. And he still makes it to not just the playoffs, but gets a win in the playoffs, makes it to the divisional round, is, you could argue, a bad call away from advancing to the AFC Championship, and you can him on Monday morning? You know who loves that? You know who loves that dysfunction? The Cleveland Browns, the New York Jets, the Tennessee Titans. Any of the teams that have coaching openings, you see Sean McDermott on the board, or any of the teams that think they're going to have coaching openings next year if Sean McDermott doesn't land a job for next season. But everyone's licking their chops. They're like, Sean McDermott is now available. I can get that for free. Meanwhile, Buffalo is just you mean to tell me anyone from this list of people that they have interviewed, tell me if any of these are better than Sean McDermott, or could do better than the 98 wins and multiple playoff appearances and multiple AFC title runs that Sean McDermott produced. Anthony Lynn, Brian Daboll, Lou Anarumo, Grant Udinski, Joe Brady, Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers? What is Phillip Rivers like? Is that a better or worse interview than Jason Garrett with the Tennessee Titans? Or is that a better or worse interview than Condoleezza Rice back in the day with the Cleveland Browns? Like, that is laughable that Phillip Rivers is being considered to fill the shoes of Sean McDermott. It's unreal what's going on in Buffalo right now. You went from literally one of the best teams in the league to now one of the laughingstocks.
Not quite Jeff Saturday, but it's very, very close. Don't forget, by the way, over at BetMGM, the Pro Football Playoffs Odds Boost Token. The biggest games of the year are kicking off. Use the Odds Boost Token to score a bigger payout if your Pro Football Playoff bet wins. Up next, let's talk more about some of these openings in the NFL, including one OC opening that perhaps nobody wants in the league. Why is that, and what does it tell us about the quarterback? That's next here on BetMGM Game Day.
kickoff to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. Coming up in 20 minutes, we'll go out to Buffalo, check in with Sal Capaccio, Bill's sideline reporter, a reporter for WGR 550 there in Buffalo. We'll figure out, as we were just discussing, kind of the chaotic week that it has been in Buffalo, where are things at now with the head coaching search, the feeling perhaps in the organization and from players after hearing comments from ownership about an active player on the roster, Keon Coleman. So we'll check in with Sal here in just a bit. But we were mentioning having a plan and who might be interested in some of these jobs. Let's step down a little bit to the coordinator level, because I wonder if it tells us more about a quarterback or does it tell us more about an existing head coach? And I'm referencing Philadelphia, where we know Nick Sirianni is not getting fired. He's still keeping his job. Jalen Hurts coming up with another actually strong individual season at times, but offensively as a whole, it was not the season anybody was looking for. They're going to have an offense that probably won't have the tush-push in their arsenal in 2026, and we'll see what that actually means. But who's the OC? They have an opening. They've had an opening for a couple weeks now, and it sounds like a lot of candidates aren't interested in the job. Should they be? Let's just start there. Should people be interested in that job? Because we know that their prior offensive coordinator had his house egged because they weren't happy with his performance. You have an offense that was stagnant. It's a position that has had plenty of turnover. Now, last year it was because Kellen Moore got a head coaching opportunity, so that was not because of a bad reason. But they certainly have had a revolving door there. Would you be interested in this job if you're one of the top OCs out there? If you're pick a name, Brian Daboll, it sounds like is not interested, but let's say if you were Brian Daboll, if you're Matt Nagy, if you're, some of these other names that have been mentioned.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like with these jobs, you really have to weigh what are the expectations versus the actual job, it's because look, on the surface level, being the offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles is a fantastic job. That is a job that should be desired. It should be one of the top jobs. The Philadelphia Eagles are very, when it comes to organization, very well run. However, you also have to factor in all of the other things that go into having a job like this. And one of those, especially for Philadelphia, is the fan base and the things that you have to deal with, the expectations that you have to deliver upon. Like you go to the head coaching openings, is the Bills' job as good as, say, like a Titans or Falcons job? Because with the Bills, if you don't make it to the AFC Championship regularly or get over that hump of getting to the Super Bowl, you will be canned, as we learned this week. Same thing with the Eagles, and you're working with a quarterback. The joke online, of course, it's like, oh yeah, no one wants to work with Jalen Hurts, but Jalen Hurts has been a pretty good quarterback. It's almost, he's got like the he almost gets Dak Prescotted online, or nickel-backed online. They got to that point because they were pretty good, right? And I don't think that's why nobody is wanting to take this Eagles job. I think you really do have to just weigh, okay, do I want to work with a guy like Nick Sirianni regularly? Do I want to deal with the pressures that come with the job? And then offensively, could we make it work? But when it comes to just the franchise as a whole, I think that should be one of the most desired jobs in the NFL.
It should be, but I think the Nick Sirianni part is fair with just how he is operated. And the other part is Nick Sirianni's job security. Well, his job security is your job security. And next season, if the Eagles miss the playoffs, I think it's pretty fair to say Nick Sirianni would not have a job. So then you're out as well. If you make the playoffs and lose wild card weekend next year, you still might not have a job. So I wonder about that. No, nobody takes a job thinking they're getting fired. I don't know anybody in the world that ever takes a job thinking they're getting fired. But you have to factor in job security. You know how stable an organization may be. And the head coach that hired you, if he's out, you're probably out. Very rarely, not impossible, very rarely does the OC stay on if the head coach gets fired. And so that would be part of my thought process. I do think the Patullo house getting egg thing for some, not all, for some is maybe a little problematic. The quarterback part is where it's interesting to me because you could do way worse than Jalen Hurts, who is the Super Bowl
Right.
MVP quarterback. Has been in the Super Bowl twice, played great even in the loss that he had in his first Super Bowl appearance. But I do think there are some limitations, with what he is as a passer, but you can still do a million times worse than him. I think this is more about Nick Sirianni, your faith in where that organization is heading. I mean, Big Dom seems to keep everything together there. A.J. Brown may not be a wide
Yeah, right.
receiver you can game plan with. He might be traded this offseason to a place like Buffalo or New England. We'll see how it plays out. There's some financial issues that might make that a little bit more challenging. But, we've seen some of these other coaching candidates pull their name out of the ring, so to speak. And that's kind of telling. And I think some of the things we've hit on here are absolutely part of the reason.
Yeah, Brian Daboll is one of those guys who is interviewing for the Bills head coaching job, and if he doesn't get it, a lot of people are expecting him to land in Nashville under Robert Saleh. My question is of the opening positions or of the open positions currently as for an offensive coordinator, where does the Eagles rank? You've got the Eagles, you've got the Titans, you've got the Giants. Obviously, in Nashville and New York, you've got two young quarterbacks that look like, at least from their rookie seasons, look like they can ball out. In Eagles, you've got a proven guy who has been to a couple of Super Bowls, as you said, played great in both, has been sporadic, but I think you could lean on him being much greater than he has been bad when he has been bad. So, I mean, to me, it's a tough decision here with Eagles, Titans, Giants to be the offensive coordinator, to work with those offenses specifically. You have more weapons in with the Eagles. You've got a guy like Saquon in New York, you've got a guy like Jackson Dart in New York. You've got Cam Ward in Nashville. Where do you lean, Alex? If you're an OC and you're looking to take a job and you interview for all three of these jobs, just on surface level, which one are you taking?
It's all about whether or not you believe in Cam Ward. I think that's the number one question with that particular job. Now, the one thing I love about the Titans OC job, I would say, is Robert Saleh is staying out of your way, right? He's a great defensive-minded head coach. He's not butting into, for the most part, what you're doing offensively. So you got to ask yourself, do you believe Cam Ward? I would say the last month of the season looked a lot better. If you would ask me about Cam Ward in September, October, and early November, I would have said I'm a little worried about how that's going to play. I'm a little worried about what I'm seeing from Cam Ward. I got a little bit better feeling the last month. And knowing, and I don't have to tell you this, Austin, knowing what that wide receiver room was. I mean, he wasn't working with much. And so I think the OC job in Tennessee is not bad. My only question there is there's a lot of turnover in Tennessee with that ownership group over the last couple of years as well. Personally, my thing is I think Nick Sirianni is not – this is just my prediction. I don't think he'll be the head coach this time next year. So that's why I would not take the Eagles OC job. But that's just my feeling about where I think the Eagles are headed next year as either missing the playoffs or an early playoff exit.
Yeah, so by default, are we going New York? Is that what we're doing? I think
with John Harbaugh
walks in that – yeah.
Yeah. I think that's the top spot. I actually think we're getting way ahead of ourselves here, but I think the Giants are Seattle was 7-1 to win the NFC West this year. That was a divisional pick preseason. I think, people are looking at what New England did in the 1-year switch for Vrabel. I'm not telling you the Giants are going to be the number 1 seed or number 2 seed next year in the NFC, but I think the Giants have a real chance to win the NFC East next year. I would go to New York with Malik Neighbors coming back from injury, the talent that's on the roster, another top pick that maybe they spend on Carnell Tate or somebody like that. I actually think that the Giants job is the best OC job that's currently out there.
Yeah. In Nashville, you do have because nobody follows the Tennessee Titans unless you are a Titans fan. But they do have a very young rookie core of wide receivers, one of which was named to first team All-Pro in Jim DK. And he literally, I feel like getting their bumps and bruises in their rookie season, the three, him and Alec Iomanner, or with Cam Ward, I think the three of them growing up together, there is a lot of enticing intrigue there if they could just get some competent coaching their way. So I think that's one to watch for. I don't think they're there yet. I think you're right. I think right now the best job opening and playing for the best coach is New York. I think you've got great weapons there. You've got a great foundation in coaching. When John Harbaugh walks into the room and just immediately commands respect. And then the Eagles, you're right. I think the Eagles, it's just you don't know what you're going to get. Like you don't want to take a job for a year and then move. The expectations are and the expectations at that job are so much greater. I view it to like my own radio career. Like I came up through sports talk radio. I now currently do country morning radio in Chicago, but I came up through sports talk radio, and I worked on the local level for a long time, dappled on a national show at Fox Sports Radio for a little bit, and then literally I get hired out to work for Jim Rome. And with Jim Rome, who is our Westwood One sports, comrade here, it literally going to work for him, you knew right away, oh, the expectation here is so much greater than it ever was on the local level. Like he's a titan of our industry, and he has been for years, and he continues to be that, and it's because of how hard he works. And when you walk in the door there, you immediately realize, oh, it's done differently here. Like the expectations here are so much greater. And I kind of view that to a job like the Eagles offensive coordinator job as a long stretch to get from sports talk radio to the Eagles OC job. But that's the way I view it, where it's like, you better come in and you better bust your balls and dominate from the get-go, or else you're not going to last very long. And it was like that working for Rome, and I loved it. And Rome works just as hard as any of the members of his staff do. He doesn't ask any of his members of his staff to work any harder than he did. He grinds every single day. And it's cool to see that, but it's also like, okay, you knew you're getting on to a highway and you're going no less than 60 miles per hour the rest of the way while working that job.
There are still multiple head coach openings as well. We're talking about the OC, but head coach openings. You've got an Arizona job open. You've got a Raiders job open. Those seemingly, maybe they're waiting on guys like Clint Kubiak or Chris Shula. Pittsburgh, of course, still open. Mike McCarthy, one of the strong candidates there. And then you have Cleveland, who is waiting and waiting, and people are turning down interviews after a while. And the latest from Tom Pelissero yesterday afternoon, last night, as well, is that the Browns are reportedly, and I'll just quote the report from him, a data-driven operation. And by the way, nothing wrong with that, as more and more of these teams are. Okay. But it goes into more detail. They're requiring head coaching candidates to complete questionnaires, a multi-part essay, a personality test, and additional homework. Remember, Mike McDaniel and Jesse Minter, now Jesse Minter has been hired with their division rival, the Baltimore Ravens, to be their head coach, both withdrew their name from consideration. If this was Pittsburgh doing it, if this was Baltimore doing it, we might say, that's interesting, but it doesn't become a joke. Because it's the Cleveland Browns, we're all like, what on earth are you doing? Like, you may have had a job, if you're listening, depending on your line of work, where you had to take one of those BS, frankly, personality questionnaires and tests and things like that. So I'm not saying it's never happened for jobs before, and you might say, well, what's the difference here? The difference is none of their peers are doing it that way, and the Browns don't exactly have a track record of like, oh, no, we do it our way and it works. We do it our way and we got this thing down. We got this thing figured out. What on earth are the Browns doing? You Mike McDaniel not taking some, personality test for you. I'm out, man. I'm out. I'll go be an OC for the Chargers instead.
Yeah. The Browns are like, I want to know where you rate on the Enneagram scale. If you don't mind, if you could take this BuzzFeed quiz online for us. Like, I am a guy who literally dropped a class in college on syllabus day because I saw on the syllabus that there was a 15-page paper due at the end of the semester. So I imagine interviewing for a job and they're like, yeah, you need to write an essay. You need to take this personality test, fill out this questionnaire and get back to us. Nobody wants homework. When you walk across the stage at your college graduation, the relief there, the reason you're throwing your cap in the air isn't because you got this, $40, $50, $60,000 degree. It's because you finally have no homework the rest of your life. And here the Browns are adding homework into your life. Of course, Mike McDaniel and Jesse Minter are going to withdraw their names from that job opening. Like, why would I want to work for a team that is literally making me do work? When you are a bad team, I always feel like you should look at the best teams. Those are the gold standards, the teams that are having success. Alex, you live and work in Kansas City. You see it up close and personal every single day with the Kansas City Chiefs. And although they didn't make the playoffs this year, they are still one of the best franchises in the sport. So I see that, and I'm like, okay, you should look at teams like that and see how they operate from top to bottom and try and mimic it. Try and mimic success. Just the way a basketball player would mimic Michael Jordan growing up. That's the way it should be done. I feel like teams should be doing that. The Chiefs aren't sending home homework with interview candidates. I don't think Eric Bieniemy had to write an essay before getting the OC job this week. I just feel like I was so glad as a Titans fan when the Titans brought in Mike Borgonzi, because I'm like, oh, finally, someone with competence that comes from a very gold standard organization can come in and kind of teach them how to do things, whereas the Browns are living in their own world. And it's just, it is a laughing stock. No success, and you're going to try and tell me that you're going to give me homework? If anything, I should be giving you guys homework.
It feels at this point that, and I know in some of the offshore markets and stuff, there's even odds on this. Jim Schwartz might just get promoted. He was their DC and, of course, did a phenomenal job, and they've got all this talent in the world headlined by Myles Garrett on the defensive side of the ball. But because of all this, they might just promote Jim Schwartz because there's not a whole lot of interest out there. We'll see how it plays out, but this is the same organization that paid Deshaun Watson $230 some odd million, and they're trying to go through a hiring process like they're so data driven and making smart, financially sound decisions. I thought it was fake at first, but it came from Tom Pelissero, and I trust his reporting.
Yeah,
I think
right.
it's clearly a real thing, and clearly some of the agents or some of these candidates, leaked out to Pelissero that, hey, by the way, they're asking their candidates to do this. You're wondering why this has taken a while maybe to fill? Man, oh, man. It's like props to you Cleveland Brown diehard fans, man, dealing with this crap on a regular basis.
God love them. God love them. Do you think they get sent home with homework after they leave the stadium every Sunday?
Well, they might as well help with the draft prep at this point in time. The results could not be much worse than what they've been getting in recent history. We will talk more coaching and what's going to happen. How about in Buffalo, which I think everybody's opinion about how well run they were might have changed this week. Sal Capaccio is the silent reporter, works for WGR 550. He's going to tell us the leading candidates up there in Buffalo, the feeling around Brandon Beane, and Josh Allen reportedly sitting in on these head coach interviews. Is that what you want in your quarterback? I actually think you do, but we'll discuss that next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports.
Jeez.
Smart takes, real stakes. The weekend starts now with BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
We continue moving right along here on another Saturday. It is BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We'll get to some of the sounds of the week in 20 minutes. But certainly some of the sounds of the week did come out of Buffalo, not only with Sean McDermott being fired after the Bills' loss to the Denver Broncos, but you've got an ownership press conference this week that certainly had everybody talking across the country. But to find out how they're feeling in Buffalo about Josh Allen, Sean McDermott, ownership, we go up to Buffalo and welcome in Sal Capaccio, who's been a longtime Buffalo Bills silent reporter. He's with WGR 550 there in Buffalo. Sal Sports, at Sal Sports on Twitter and X. Great to have you on the show. I mean, I would imagine certainly not the week Bills fans wanted, but just take us behind the scenes a bit. And just how chaotic has it been? Because from afar, it seems like it's been a lot of chaos this week.
And I totally understand that, especially from an organization that's been so stable, really, for the last almost decade, right? I mean, we were not that stable here in Buffalo going through all of this for 17 years, with no playoffs and lots of coaches and lots of GM changes and things like that. But then you had stability for 9 years, and it's a pretty big shock to the system. And then when you say a lot of people didn't go the way they wanted in Buffalo, a lot of people actually have been calling for Sean McDermott to be removed. I will tell you that for the last several years, I've been taking phone calls, getting tweets all the time. McDermott's not the guy. You can't get him over the hump. They need to move on. And then as soon as it happens, it's like, wait a minute, what are we going to do now? And it's almost like that, well, be careful what you wish for, right? And I've always been on the side of, I think Sean McDermott is a really good coach. And when you go through the instability and you have that stability, then you should really hold on to that and understand that's something NFL teams covet. Anyway, that being said, at the press conference, I think a lot of things were said that probably took people a little aback, or the way it went down, which made for some nice sound bites. And then the national media runs with some sound bites, and the local media, who, like me, we were in there, it seemed a little more calm. It seemed a little more, okay, I understand where they're coming from. For example, when Terry Pegula says he decided to fire Sean McDermott after the Denver Broncos game and seeing the emotion in the locker room, well, that gets spun as, well, he just decided on a whim to fire him because guys were crying. That's not the case. What he said was, I decided there, but he said it was because they had hit the proverbial playoff wall. He mentioned 13 seconds in Kansas City. He mentioned the missed kick against the Chiefs. He mentioned the Brandon Cooks play. And he said basically he may have decided at that moment, made the ultimate decision. He had to do it then, but it was really because of all that failure and buildup over time that it happened. And that makes sense. I think the biggest thing that really took people like, holy cow, was the Keon Coleman stuff, obviously. I mean, he was catching strays, as the kids say, right? I mean, for the Bills, they really, I think, wanted to put the message out there that Brandon Beane wasn't just giving Sean McDermott a roster and saying, go coach them. They wanted to make sure everybody knew that McDermott and the coaches had a say in the roster build. So if you just want to put this on bad roster, well, both share and blame. And then the owner brings up Keon Coleman specifically, that he wasn't a guy that the GM wanted, and then all heck breaks loose.
Yeah, it just feels like this was, I don't know. Like, I feel like there have been years where you could say, okay, Sean McDermott maybe should be shown the door, but this did not seem like the year. If anything, I feel like this was a year that Sean McDermott proved how good of a coach he is. For him to get, what I think is the weakest roster that they've had since he's gotten there, maybe outside of his first couple of years, but the weakest roster, get them to not just the playoffs, but to the divisional round of the playoffs, a play away from the AFC title game. It just felt like it was very reactionary. And then, you pair that with the comments that he made. And now having seen the people that they brought in, it feels like there is no kind of plan in place, and it was very reactionary. But you're telling me that in Buffalo, it doesn't feel that way?
No, I will say this, couple things. Number one, you're right. I agree. This is one of Sean McDermott's best coaching jobs, no doubt. And I think when the owner says, well, he made the decision based on what's happened and in this game, like, wait a minute. And then he said, by the way, it was a catch by Brandon Cooks and it was a bad call. And he goes through all of that.
Right.
Like, wait a minute. So you're firing him even though you think he should have won the game. Right. And it didn't make sense. And I think that's where a lot of the confusion comes in from that. But listen, I'll tell you, like, Lorenzo Alexander, who played for the Bills several years ago and really good player, he said to me one time, this was a really interesting point. He said, when the Bills broke the drought in 2017, and it was this really big deal, and everybody was like, oh my God, look at this, They finally broke the drought. That really bonded that team together for a while. Like, that was something that they were positively strengthened by. Then 13 seconds happens in Kansas City, and that's kind of been the bond of this team. And it almost seems like it's a mental part that they just can't overcome. And every time they're in these big moments, it's like, what's going to happen next? What's going to go wrong? And I think all of that added up is, okay, we need a new direction. We need a new voice. We need a new mentality. And when Terry Pegula saw all that happening in the locker room, that's when he finally decided, okay, I can't let this keep happening again, so to speak, right? Now, to the other part of this is, we've been saying, and we've been talking about, even though they've had this great stability, there was clearly some sort of friction or disconnect in the last year or so between McDermott and Beane. And I think that when you do work together with people for a long time in business and in sports, and I've been doing this long enough to know, sometimes that happens. It wears on each other, especially when you haven't won. There's so much pressure internally on each person to say, why can't we do it? Why can't we do it? And McDermott's a grinder. He really is. Like, he is just a guy that he wakes up, sleeps, eats, breathes football, tries every single day to turn over every stone he can to help the Buffalo Bills win. And he's going to be honest and speak his mind, and he's going to want what he wants. And I think Brandon Beane is very smart at his job, but he's also going to try to help Sean McDermott. And I think at some point that started to fracture. And we talked about it over the last year. Guys, it was so much so that when Jacoby Myers was traded to the Jags, there was a lot of talk the Bills were going to trade for Jacoby Myers or another receiver. And every time Sean McDermott had a chance, very oddly, he would bring up how the Jags traded for Jacoby Myers. Almost like, hey, we didn't do that. Like a message through the media to show I wanted this guy. You know, there were just these little things that kind of led us down this path a little bit.
We're talking to Sal Capaccio of WGR 550 in Buffalo. I've been on the sidelines for a long time there covering the Buffalo Bills. Also, check out his podcast. He's a co-host of It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. So where do the Bills go on the coaching end from here? Because you said it wasn't just about what the locker room was like, that there were other moments that probably led to this decision. So that would tell me that you would think ownership has a plan of who they want. Now, there's nothing wrong with talking to a bunch of candidates, but from the outside, it feels like, you know, all of a sudden Phillip Rivers is getting an interview. Do they have a leading candidate in your mind for this gig?
I don't know if they have a leading candidate. It is interesting, right? Like, I believe no matter when you fire a coach, no matter what your team is, no matter what situation, you should talk to as many people as possible. I think it's great to get intel. Right. What does that person think about my organization? Maybe you find out something you didn't know about that person and say, wait a minute, that's a great candidate, actually. We never really thought. So I don't think that's an issue. I would also say these people have been doing this long enough. Like, Brandon Beane has been here long enough. He has a really good front office that's been with him long enough, that's been around this league long enough to know you always have candidates on the ready in case. You never know if your coach walks in the office and resigns one day. You got to have people ready. You got to have a list that's you're being built all the time. So I do think they have a bit more of a plan than what it seems like. However, it does feel like it's a bit of hodgepodge, right? Like, okay, we're pulling Phillip Rivers, Mike McDaniel, who withdrew this morning, by the way, from the Bills head coach search, right? I believe I've said the Bills can only really hire one of two types of people. Number one is somebody who's won a Super Bowl, because you can't fire Sean McDermott with all his success for not getting to a Super Bowl and then bring in somebody who's coached with a lot of success but hasn't won a Super Bowl. It doesn't make sense, right? Like, what are you doing there? You got to bring in somebody who can show you a ring and say, I know what it takes to get there. I've been there before. If you don't do that, I think you have to go the opposite, which is maybe a first-time guy, but a young, probably offensive, bright mind, or you say, we're giving this guy a shot, supporting the heck out of him. We need a new direction, a new way of thinking in this organization. I don't think you can bring in a guy who he's been around the league, he's coached, but he hasn't won. Then why did you fire Sean McDermott? It just doesn't make sense from that particular standpoint. Now, that being said, leading candidates, sure. I don't know if there's a leading candidate, but I will tell you guys this. Brian Daboll really wants this job. And Josh Allen was at his best when he was under Brian Daboll. And one of the things that's come out of this from people is you got to have somebody that's going to coach Josh Allen really hard. I'm not saying Josh hasn't been coached hard, but I will say that when he's been coached the hardest, he's been at his best. You know, Josh is a guy that he's not the typical like alpha male in your face, right? He's very coachable. He's one of the team players, but someone needs to hold him accountable and make sure he's always dialed in and doing the right things and know that he can't get away with being loosey-goosey with the football. That was Brian Daboll when he's here. And Brian Daboll's from Buffalo. His kids still live here in Buffalo. He comes back all the time during the summer. Like, he loves this. He loves this city. I will tell you that 100%. That's a guy. I think Clint Kubiak in Seattle would be a change of direction and a kind of guy that they might want to look at, but you have to wait for him to be, done with his season, obviously. I think that's a bright offensive mind. Chris Shula on the defensive side, but a young guy, legacy coach, Sean McVay tree, right? I mean, like, those are the kinds of guys that I think would get the fan base a little more excited, and probably the Bills are thinking about. As far as Phillip Rivers, honestly, guys, Josh and Phillip share the same agent. They've worked together. I don't doubt whatsoever that I think Phillip wants to be a coach in this league. I wouldn't doubt if they said, hey, let's talk to him. Let's give him the experience and pick his brain about Josh, pick his brain about the organization. I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. It's probably just each side trying to help each other a little bit out there.
Reports are that Josh Allen is sitting in on these interviews, and we talked about this even locally here. People disagree on it. I have no problem with that. I think actually as a head coach interview, I don't mind my quarterback sitting in on that decision. I'd rather have him in on a head coach interview than my quarterback trying to make GM decisions.
Yeah, and when the Ravens fired John Harbaugh before the Bills fired Sean McDermott, there was this same sense of, how much say or involved with Lamar Jackson be. And my thought was he should be involved. He's the most important person in your franchise. You can't hire a guy that he's uncomfortable working with. You can't hire a guy that he feels like he's not going to be at his best and, biggest, highest potential. It doesn't mean they're making the decision, right? But when you have Josh Allen at 30 years old, going into the second half of his career, let's say, making $55 million a year, who is one of the best players in the league MVP, like, you need to make sure that he is a person who's comfortable in the building every day. It doesn't mean he has to be best friends with the person. It doesn't mean that he's not handpicking the guy. I have zero issue with this. I think there's a lot of parsing of words going on here when you talk about this, right? Which is people taking that as saying, oh, he's picking the coach. Oh, he's sitting in and, deciding. He's not doing that. What he's doing is probably, I'm guessing, giving his feedback on what you thought about this coach, this offense he runs. Could you be at your best in this? And I don't find anything wrong with it. I think Lamar Jackson should be or was, when I know they have a coach now, doing the same thing in Baltimore.
If the Bills are casting a wide net, as they are with the, Phillip Rivers signing, let me throw out a few names just quickly out the door for you, Sal, which we appreciate you joining us, taking the time this Saturday morning to do so. What about Jason Garrett? Or Condoleezza Rice, I believe, also was a head coach candidate back in the day with the Browns. I leave no stone left unturned, right, Sal?
I guess so. I think we're probably going a little too far there for actually wasting time. Although I will say, someone tweeted me the other day about how, it's a waste of time to interview Phillip Rivers. And my response was basically, well, what could you have been doing in the time you were interviewing him then? Because it's not your time, right? It's the Bills' time. If they feel that they have time to talk to somebody, then let them talk to somebody. But no, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, of anybody being interviewed. Again, I'll go back to what's wrong with getting intel from people about your organization and getting eyes from the outside to tell you what you think about. I mean, I'm not saying Lou Anarumo isn't a good candidate. He probably is. But you know what you get by talking to Lou Anarumo? Hey, dude, like, you were really good at shutting down Josh Allen. You beat Patrick Mahomes in a championship game. Like, tell us what your thought is about the organization and all those kinds of things. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Sal Capaccio, WGR 550 up in Buffalo, co-host of It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. Appreciate the time, and hopefully you get a little bit of rest after a crazy week.
Yeah, you got it, guys. Thanks a lot for having me on.
Thanks, Sal.
Stuff from Sal Capaccio. Yep. And Austin, I agree on the interview process part. This is why I think Matt Nagy has gotten so many coordinator interviews. He's part of Andy Reid's system. Like, you want to find out what makes that whole thing run a little bit. So I have no issue with interviewing people, and I definitely have no problem with Josh Allen sitting in on some of those decisions. If you have reached the point where you're clearly the franchise quarterback, and in this case, I think the second best quarterback in football, Josh Allen is, to me, he's earned the right to at least observe some of the interviews and give you a little feedback. And ultimately, yes, it's ownership and Brandon Beane's decision. But fascinating to see how this plays out in Buffalo. Alex Gold, Austin Uff with you here on BetMGM Game Day. We'll get to some of the sounds of the week, including a player on one team clearly saying my quarterback is better than your quarterback. It might surprise some people which quarterback he was talking about. That's coming up right here on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on BetMGM Game Day. You can, of course, listen to the show over on SiriusXM channel 375, the Odyssey app, odyssey.com, Westwood One Sports app. And if you want to watch the show, we stream this live on video as well over on YouTube. You can search BetMGM tonight or Westwood One Sports. You can follow us individually as well on social media at Alex Gold, at Westwood One Sports, the number 1, and at Austin Huff. Thanks again to Sal Capaccio for giving us some insight there in Buffalo. Good stuff as they are looking for a head coach. And we'll get back into some of the coaching vacancies here in 15 minutes or so. But it is time for some of the sounds of the week. And we head to Denver for this first one, and it involves one of their star pass rushers, John Franklin Myers, talking about Jarrett Stidham and Drake May.
The thing about Stiddy, there was a few times that, man, he just does such a good job, but he knows what he's doing. He understands why the coach is calling a certain cause, and that's what makes him so good. Sometimes you get out there, you play football, you run what's called, you're not understanding where you want the ball to go, how fast, when, and everything. And Stiddy, man, he's running scout team plays, and he's running them better than Dave's starting quarterback. So I'll tell you, man, he's a good player for us, and man, we're excited for him.
Oh, I love it. I love this kind of stuff. Look, he's confident in his guy. He's trying to prop up his guy, and obviously on the reverse side, if that gets back to New England, and of course it does, that'll fuel Drake May a little bit as well. I think it's great all the way around. I love that kind of stuff. Look, Jarrett Stidham has been in this league for a long time. I don't think he's going to be terrible tomorrow. I actually think he'll be competent and should handle himself well, especially since they weren't necessarily even asking Bo Nix to do a ton. They just lose the mobility that Bo Nix had. I do think that's a huge part of it. But what do you make of John Franklin Myers saying that their quarterback is running things better than their quarterback?
It's so funny. There's been a lot of, it's like in Denver, I feel like everyone just kind of has to talk themselves into the possibility of Jarrett Stidham coming in and making his first start. I think he's the first quarterback to make his first career start since Roger Staubach in the 70s, 72, I believe. So, yeah. I don't know, man. If there's ever a time for a guy to come off the bench in the championship game, especially against this Patriots team, is not necessarily one of them. Patriots team that knows Jarrett Stidham pretty well. That was, had him in New England for a number of years. So I don't know. I just feel like it's them trying to breathe confidence into Stidham more than it is anything else there, because you're not fooling the general public here. Nobody's going to sit there and say Jarrett Stidham is a better quarterback than Drake May.
Yeah, Drake May might win MVP here in a couple weeks at the NFL Honors. Right. There's a real chance he wins that. But I think you're right. Yeah, you're trying to hype your guy up. You're trying to give him confidence. Do or die. It's one game is all you worry about right now if you're the Denver Broncos. Can Jarrett Stidham have a clean football game? And as I said, I think if you're a Broncos fan, you guys can tell us otherwise on the chat over on YouTube if you disagree. But I think if I tell you as a Broncos fan that Jarrett Stidham has the Broncos in a one-possession game with the football late, or with the lead, certainly in a best case scenario, with your defense on the field, you're loving that situation. I think they will be in position to make it interesting in the fourth quarter. Now, someone that has ties to the Denver Broncos is now a general manager out west in San Francisco. That, of course, is John Lynch. He's the GM there, and he spoke about Brandon Ayuk, who has not played in over a calendar year.
What is the plan for Brandon Ayuk, and do you envision a scenario in which he's on this team next year? If so, what would that look like?
Yeah, the plan in terms of the transaction, that will come in due time. I think it's safe to say that he's played his last snap with the Niners. It's unfortunate, situation that just went awry, and I will look long and hard at what could have been done differently, but sometimes it just doesn't work out. And I think that this was a case where that happened.
Yeah, it blew up in their face. Certainly, 4-year, $120 million contract with $45 million guaranteed at signing. Overall, $76 million guaranteed. Although we'll see how it plays out with some of those guarantees, as they have floated out there essentially that he just quit, just wasn't going through the process to get back on the field the way you expect somebody to go through the process to get back on the field. And yeah, he's not playing for the Niners. I think the question, Austin, is a little bit of, is he tradable or is this a post-June 1 cut? Because trade-wise, next year his cap hit is $15.3 million. If you were to cut him after that season, it's $21 million because he's got a $41 million cap hit in 27, $43 million in 2028. I think they're going to outright cut him.
Yeah, this is like one of those things where it's like you throw something up on Facebook Marketplace for like $40-$50 and you see if anyone will bite, but then you're like, oh, this is way too expensive of a price. Nobody's biting, and then you ultimately just give it up for free. That's what I think you're going to get with Brandon Ayuk. And there's a lot of weapon-hungry teams in the NFL right now kind of licking their chops and kind of hoping that it's more of the latter so they can just kind of pick them up after June. And I believe Kansas City is one of them. If I remember correctly, I tuned into a little Cody and Gold this week, and I heard you guys talking about this exact thing. And is Brandon Ayuk is he a possible landing spot in Kansas City?
I think any wide receivers in play. I don't know if this is the offseason where the Chiefs are going to go spend a bunch of money on wide receiver. I think they need to find a wide receiver that can win one-on-one man coverage, and that's a problem for them, among other things, with their offense this past season. I just don't know, and people disagree with me in Kansas City necessarily on this, and that is them going and spending big-time money. I mean, there's guys like Alec Pierce that are going to get big-time money in free agency. You know, A.J. Brown in the trade market is interesting as well. I tend to think they're just going to draft somebody and then bring in a mid-level type of receiver. But, yeah, Brandon Ayuk is definitely a name that fans have wanted here in KC. And I think if you're in New England, you're probably thinking the same thing. If you're in Buffalo, you're probably thinking the same thing.
Right. Yeah. If you're in Buffalo, you're probably thinking about letting your head coach draft another wide receiver that you could then throw under the bus later on down the road, right?
That's exactly right. Yeah, they won't be able to. I guess they can blame it on somebody else in the organization. You're right, down the road. All right, one final piece of audio for our sounds of the week. We go to Chicago, your neck of the woods, man. Of course, DePaul University right there, and Chris Holtmann. You really like this guy, and here's I guess a reason why as well.
Hey, if you're a DePaul student, first round's on me for a DePaul student.
I love this. I absolutely love this. More coaches should take the reign of Chris Holtmann. Like, literally follow the lead that Chris Holtmann is saying out there. Because, look, DePaul basketball, they're having a great start to the year, especially compared to where DePaul basketball has been. And I think they had like three straight wins in conference, one of which knocking off Marquette last weekend. And I know this sound is about a week old at this point, but I just want to make this a PSA to all college basketball coaches that after big wins, you should head out to the bars and buy the first rounds for the students that help make your home court advantage deafening. Okay. And look, I know, Alex, you're a Fog Allen Arena guy. You're a Kansas guy, which obviously that's a home court advantage. They don't necessarily need the first round of beers bought from Bill Self. But if you are a team like DePaul, or really any team that's not one of those major powerhouses in college basketball, go out and make a run to the bar and show your appreciation. Put your money where your students' mouths are and buy them beers. Okay? That is what college is all about. Losing your voice at basketball games and then losing your voice at the bar afterwards, and it would help to get the beers bought by the head coach. Chris Holtmann, to me, as the best coach of the week. If we gave an award for best coach of the week, Chris Holtmann's getting it this week for me.
No, I love it. I love it. It's funny you brought up Bill Self and Kansas for a second there. I was not at the bar at the time, but right around when I was in college, maybe the year before or so, which was a while ago at this point in time, he did. There was a local bar. It's a very popular bar just off campus, and he bought shots for the entire bar after.
There you go.
It would have been after they won. I want to say it was after the 2008 title. So that was the Mario Chalmers shot against Memphis.
Yeah.
I believe that he did go to a local bar. There's a bar called The Hawk in Lawrence, where my understanding is he went there and did that. So yeah, man, I'm all for it. I think it's great. And certainly if you're DePaul, you're trying to build fan support for a program that, as I don't have to tell you, has really struggled, and he's trying to bring them back to some relevancy there. And we'll see how it pans out for Chris Holtmann. But those are some of the sounds of the week. Coming up next, we'll get to a little bit of breaking news in Major League Baseball, and certainly something that's rare in baseball these days. That is a player perhaps finishing his career the same place he started. But that might be happening in Cleveland. We'll tell you what's going on with the latest report. We'll also get back into the coordinator openings in the National Football League and some of the head coach openings and who could end up taking some of the remaining spots and what it says about the pecking order in the AFC. That's coming up next on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
Back here on Westwood One Sports. We'll get back into the NFL here momentarily. Championship weekend, Rams, Seahawks, Patriots, Broncos. We will certainly dive back into those games. We'll also go out to Denver in a couple of hours here on the show as we are on till 1 Eastern. So we'll talk with Zach By, who does radio in Denver, a little bit later on. Also, coming up in just a bit, we'll have some fun with the Schuyler twins. That'll be coming up here on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here. And there's some breaking MLB news during the last 15 minutes or so as well. This initially reported by Hector Gomez that 7-time All-Star Jose Ramirez and the Guardians are working on finalizing a new 7-year extension worth $175 million. And all some of the details from John Heyman mentioning it includes $70 million in deferrals. Essentially, it's 4 new years in a restructure of the rest of the contract. So it adds 4 years and $106 million to the deal. That'll keep him in Cleveland through 2032. And you take a look at his age, that means he's going to be locked up till he's 40 years old. And these are moments where I'm always happy for fan bases, especially in today's climate of baseball, where just a week ago we were discussing where we're likely going to miss games in 2027 due to a lockout and trying to figure out what do you do with a salary cap or a salary floor. It is so rare in baseball, especially not Cleveland. I wouldn't put them in the small market era, but it's certainly a smaller market. To be able to retain a guy that's going to be a future Hall of Famer, a guy that's going to own now with this kind of like every franchise record there is in Cleveland, I would imagine on the offensive side. This is really cool. Like I give Jose Ramirez props. Like, I don't want to act like he's not getting any money. He's getting paid handsomely, but still, he could very easily have forced his way out. No, he loves Cleveland, and he's going to be staying in for Cleveland, it looks like, the rest of his career.
Yeah, it's nice, especially in this day and age, just to see a guy spend the entire career with one franchise. We just saw one retire in Los Angeles with Clayton Kershaw, and I feel like that's so rare these days. Freddie Freeman wanted to in Atlanta, but they, wanted to get younger at the position, and they let him walk, and off he goes to LA. I like that aspect of it because I feel like that's so rare these days. So often we get these Shaquille O'Neal careers where you're like, man, remember when Shaq was on the Suns? Remember when he was a Celtic for a while? It's just like, even Ken Griffey Jr., who is one of my all-time favorite athletes in any sport, had that stint with the White Sox. Like, I just love the fact that we're going to see a guy like Jose Ramirez dominate for one team and just be a local legend, and got so close to kind of getting over the hump in 2016. And I'd like to see them, make a run with him and see what they can do in these next, what would you say, 7 years, $175 million. So I like it. I like the signing, and I think that division is kind of there for the taking. With the Twins and Sox just kind of meddling in mediocrity, I feel like go after it, Cleveland. Make your stamp on that and steal a few division titles, and then we all know that the MLB postseason is a crapshoot anyway.
Yeah, get in the dance and see what happens. We also know this is a franchise that was able to overcome, a scandal right at the middle of the season or toward the end of the season with Emmanuel Clase, Luis Ortiz, and the gambling scandal that has them in hot water, to put it lightly, with a lot of serious allegations about throwing pitches and velocity on purpose and balls on purpose, etc. But Jose Ramirez, I'm with you on the AL Central. I guess at some point we'll get to some odds for these divisions as we get spring training going here in about a week or so. I'm excited for that, and we can start taking a look at where some of the teams stack up. But you're right, in a division where the Tigers might be trading Skubal, we'll see how that plays out. I mean, if that were to happen and you get him out of the AL Central, then it helps your case more if you're Cleveland. I think the 3 teams that have a real chance in that division are probably Detroit, Cleveland, and Kansas City heading into this particular season. Teams that all finished above 80 wins and certainly will be pushing for playoff or bust type of mentality in all 3 of those particular markets. But just a little breaking news in Major League Baseball if you're joining us for the first time here on Westwood One Sports. on BetMGM Game Day. The Guardians reportedly signing a $175 million extension with their star future Hall of Famer, Jose Ramirez. Let's get back to the NFL, though. As I said, it is championship weekend, and we will get into those games again individually, but the coaching carousel continues to be in full swing in the NFL. We know Harbaugh is with the Giants, and Stefanski, the Falcons, Saleh, the Titans. Jeff Hafley with the Miami Dolphins comes from Green Bay, and then Jesse Minter, the latest hire, moves over from the Chargers and ends up with the Baltimore Ravens. That means you got Vegas still open up, Buffalo, of course, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Arizona Cardinals. What's the best job, I think, is obvious. Okay, Buffalo, you got Josh Allen. So I know that the controversy with ownership and all that, but right, isn't that still the obvious answer? You got Josh Allen as your quarterback to work with here.
See, I kind of want to get into this with you, Alex, because right, at surface level, you're like, yeah, it's a no-brainer. The Bills is the best job available, with the Steelers a very close second. But to me, I'm like, especially with teams like the Bills, same thing with the Ravens job. Those are two jobs where those coaches got let go because they weren't making it consistently to the championship game, and even more so getting over the hump and going to the Super Bowl. The expectation at those jobs is so much greater. If a guy like Sean McDermott, who gets 98 wins in his 7 years there, is unable to get over the hump and gets canned for that, you're going to have to exceed that if you don't want to get canned and shown the door very quickly. The Bills showed the fact that they've become kind of like a solid franchise and a stable franchise after years of meddling in not that. And yet now they're kind of reverting back to old ways, it feels like, with the firing of Sean McDermott. So, I mean, yeah, the Bills' job is the best because they've had the success. But if you don't do better than Sean McDermott, how long is your leash? To me, it's like, if anything, like I almost feel like the Cardinals' job, you could argue, is a better job living in Arizona and not having near the expectations that you would in Buffalo. Am I wrong?
Well, certainly, I'd want the crib that Cliff had on that draft day where we got that inside look. I'll agree with you on the scenery that exists in Arizona compared to dealing with brutal weather in a place like Buffalo. But here's my only thing I'll push back on with what you said is, I hear you. You're right. Like, if they're willing to force out McDermott, what are they expecting for you? Some of that is also their the Bills' problem, right? Like, they have to hire a guy that can get them over the hump. Nobody takes a head coaching job they think they can't succeed. And as far as turnover goes, man, I don't care what job you take. If you're not winning, though, the turnover in the NFL, you got like 2.5, 3 years in all these jobs.
Sure.
If you're not winning, you're out. Now, you're correct that if they went to the wild card round for 2 straight years and they lost both, you could get fired. Versus in Arizona, you do that, you're getting an extension. I totally hear
you're getting a statue
on that. I just think, I just think a lot of these jobs, I mean, most coaches are fired in 2.5, 3 years. It's just the nature of the coaching carousel. I would take Buffalo because I think Josh Allen is still, number 2 on the list of quarterbacks in this league. Versus Arizona, is it Kyler Murray? His contract's interesting. Could they move on from him? The Raiders, you're basically saying, do I believe in Fernando Mendoza to be my guy for my he's basically going to make or break my career. Is that the quarterback I want to attach myself to?
Yeah, I don't know about you, Alex, but me and my friends used to play this game, Perfect Girl Butt, where you would play this. You would come up with like the perfect girl. She is the perfect girl, but she eats food through her belly button. Or like perfect girl, but she burps out her ear every time you kiss her. It's like things like that. To me, the Buffalo Bills is perfect girl, but Terry Pagula is the owner. Perfect girl, but you might get thrown under the bus for a draft pick that may not have lived up to expectations in its early career.
So you're saying that's where the little crazy's there. There's always a little crazy, and you're saying the Bills got a lot of the crazy. Okay, yeah.
That's the thing. It's like, do you go out with the perfect girl, but she sings opera tunes whenever you go out to dinner, it's like, I don't know if I want to put up with that. Like, I'll just find another girl, right? That to me is the Buffalo Bills in this scenario where it's like this week has done so much bad PR for that franchise with ownership, and Brandon Beane did not do a great job of constructing a roster in a very small championship window that they have with Josh Allen as their quarterback. So I don't know. I tend to go with the gig that has higher, where you can make a name for yourself a lot easier with a lot less stresses than you could in a job like with the Bills. Same thing. I mean, the Steelers to a much lesser degree, but like if you're not making it to the playoffs the first 3 years in Pittsburgh, you're probably they don't fire coaches in Pittsburgh. I guess that was.
I was going to say that's the difference, man. Like that's the difference with the Rooney family. I mean, I'll give them credit. I mean, their track record. I mean, Mike Tomlin was there for what 18 seasons, I guess it was. Bill Cowher, we all know, was there for a very long time. They're more stable and patient than any of these organizations. My issue with taking the Pittsburgh job, yes, you love the stability and you feel like they're going to give you 5 years to figure it out. But who's your quarterback? There was a report I think this morning I saw, and I'll have to double check the source. I apologize on which reporter it was, that suggested that if Mike McCarthy, and I think it might have been Tom Pelissero, if Mike McCarthy were to be the hire in Pittsburgh, that would make it more likely that Aaron Rodgers would come back for another season, which I get the connection. So I guess that makes sense. But man, once again, you're just kind of, your tires are spinning. There's no 4-wheel drive on that thing. Yeah. That's where you're going.
Yeah. Aaron Rodgers would just be a minor Band-Aid to cover up a gaping wound that you've got at that position for the Steelers. And really that you've kind of had at that position since Ben Roethlisberger walked out the door. I don't know if that's necessarily the thing, but didn't McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers kind of have a little bad beef in Green Bay at the end of those 10 years?
I'm trying to remember the exact crossover in timeline because, of course, it got sour enough where they ended up trading him. But wasn't that Matt LaFleur? Wasn't that the first year or so? Maybe I'm off on my timeline. Maybe I'm off by 1 year. Obviously, we know McCarthy
but I'm thinking
Dallas after taking a year off. But
right, I'm saying like when McCarthy was, when he was gone from Green Bay, I always thought that they just kind of had a riff. Maybe I'm just making up a drama in my mind because I've been watching a little bit too much reality TV with my wife. But yeah, I don't know. Either way, I do think McCarthy is the guy in Pittsburgh, and I think he should be the guy in Pittsburgh because he is a Pittsburgh guy through and through. He loves that town. He loves that city, and like it takes a very special type of person to coach in Pittsburgh, and I think Mike McCarthy fits that.
He definitely is Pittsburgh. Now, here was I found the exact quote. So this was from Tom Pelissero. That was the reporter. He was actually on with Rich Eisen. Said, quote, "Don't discount that if Aaron Rodgers is ever going to play football again, the one person on the planet beside Mike Tomlin he might consider doing that with is Mike McCarthy." He followed it up as well, saying, quote, "I do believe that if Aaron Rodgers were coming back to play for one coach in 2026, it would be Mike McCarthy." So if there was some issue at the time, it sounds like Pelissero believes they've cleared that up and cleared the air.
Yeah, did he say don't discount it or don't discount double check it?
I thought about making that joke as I was saying it. It was right there, wasn't it? It was right there on a platter. I wondered if Pelissero purposely started it by saying don't discount. It's immediately where my mind went as well.
Yeah, you're like, I'll leave the low-hanging fruit for Austin, who will always grab the lowest of hanging fruit, for sure.
So, yeah, you know what? I appreciate your willingness to do that at all
Look,
times.
you got to eat. You got to eat, right? And if the fruit is there, take it. I'm all for taking the low-hanging fruit, always.
Where do you put the Raiders job, though? If we pivot to them for a second here, because it is really, to me, your belief in Mendoza. Mendoza's going number 1 overall, barring just a complete shock of a trade where they trade the first pick. I just don't see it. We can talk all we want about Tom Brady deciding and helping pick a quarterback. Like, it's going to be Mendoza. I think very, very safely to say that. So do you think he's a good enough NFL quarterback, going to be a good enough NFL quarterback where you want to attach yourself? Do you think they get an experienced head coach? They just went down that path with Pete Carroll. I actually think they should try to take a risk here and hire the young up-and-coming coach that might be the next Sean McVay, a Nate Scheelhaus.
Right.
Maybe it's Clint Kubiak, who's not a young up-and-comer, but certainly doesn't have head coaching experience. I think Kubiak's probably the favorite there.
When it comes to these open jobs, we tend to, as NFL fans, look at the immediate thing there. But to me, I feel like if you're going to be a head coach in the NFL, which I know the lifespan of an NFL head coach isn't very long to begin with, but to me, you have to look at the grand picture of the thing. Like, what are you dealing with? Like, like obviously Robert Saleh takes the job in Tennessee. And in the immediate, you've got a great young core at wide receiver. You've got a great quarterback in Cam Ward. Like, what can you do there? But you have to take a step back and look at the grand picture. You're also dealing with ownership there. And what has that looked like over the last 4, 5, 10 years? Same thing you got to do in Oakland. Like, yeah, okay, yes, they've got Oakland, geez. Same thing you got to do in Las Vegas with the Raiders. Yeah, they've got the number 1 overall pick. They're probably going to go Fernando Mendoza. You've got Brock Bowers, maybe Max Crosby if he doesn't get traded this offseason. You've got some pieces there. Their offensive line is absolutely abysmal, but that's looking at the immediate, right? To me, you got to take a step back, and it's like, okay, what has ownership done over the last 4, 5, 10 years that proves that you can not only be a winner in Las Vegas, but a sustainable winner? And to me, it's not much. So that's why it's like, I look at that job, and even with Tom Brady in ownership, like, and I think people make the Tom Brady as an owner a far bigger thing than what it really is in Oakland. Just because he was one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, I don't think you can say he's immediately going to be a great owner. That doesn't translate. Sure, he can give his expertise and insights on certain things, but that doesn't mean he can necessarily implement it. And I just don't look highly at that Raiders gig. I think it's very hard to coach in Las Vegas. I think there's far too many distractions just to begin with on a surface level. But then, then you bring in the roster construction on top of everything. I don't think it's a great job at all.
I will say Mendoza seems like the perfect quarterback to be in Vegas. Like, as a guy that's not going to be distracted by anything in Vegas. He's been making the media rounds this week. He was on like the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, and he's great, by the way. I think he's been crushing it, but he's not a guy that's going to get distracted by anything. In fact, I think there was even a quote this week. He was talking about not having a girlfriend. Was that a real quote? And like how he's so focused on football as well. So, look, I think he's the right fit there in Vegas. I'm not so sure that he's going to be that star quarterback. I think he could be a pro for a while, but I don't know if he's ever going to be one of these guys where we're talking about him winning an MVP award, I guess is how I would break down what I think Mendoza might be in the NFL.
Yeah, you don't necessarily think that Fernando Mendoza's Disney Channel original movie personality is going to fit into Vegas very well. But I would say with every interview he gives, he is very performative. And I feel like if anyone loves a good performance, it is Las Vegas. So I feel like if he brings his, his TED Talk answers to that city, I think he'll do just fine. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
All right, let's talk more about not only the openings, but the vacancies that are no longer vacant. That would mean Harbaugh with the Giants and certainly Jesse Minter getting a job with the Baltimore Ravens. We'll dive into those a little bit, plus some of the offensive coordinator hires and who ends up fitting the best and what it means for some of these quarterbacks. That's coming up next here on BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. with BetMGM Game Day, right here on Westwood One Sports.
It's a profound honor to be entrusted with the responsibility of coaching the New York Football Giants. And my dad taught me that they were the New York Football Giants. They were just the Giants, they were the New York Football Giants, right, Dad? All the way back.
I mean, that's the kind of stuff that Giants fans just going to eat up. I mean, that's exactly what you love hearing if you're a diehard Giants fan, talking about the history and the New York Football Giants as John Harbaugh was introduced officially as the next head coach of that organization. I think you and I were discussing that opening a week or two ago. And other than Baltimore, we thought, the Giants at that time when Buffalo wasn't open, et cetera, that was the best opportunity. And they get, I think, clearly their number one target. You don't let him leave the facility after he gets an interview. I don't believe Harbaugh, if I'm not mistaken, interviewed anywhere else. He had a short list. I know he was looking at Tennessee a little bit, but he clearly likes what they have in Jackson Dart. I think it's a great core with Malik Neighbors and Abdul Carter. You get Cam Scatterbo, or you could go draft a dynamic running back on top of that if you wanted to. But the only question I have with him is his OC hire. And is it going to be Todd Monken ultimately, or do they go in a different direction? But I do think it's a terrific fit, and he has the chance to be Mike Vrabel in 2026, I'm sorry, which would be turning that thing around, winning the division, being one of the top seeds in the postseason.
If you took a shot for every time he said the word football in his introductory press conference, your liver is failing you right now. Like, you are on the floor, passed out. He gave a very Jim Harbaugh-esque introductory press conference, and but I think I think it's one of those things, and we kind of talked about this in previous weeks, Alex, is sometimes change of scenery is good for everyone involved. It could be good for the Ravens. I think it will be good for John Harbaugh. Just kind of getting a refresh and kind of reinvigorated with new energy. And you kind of saw that when he was introduced. And I think you're right. I think the offensive coordinator hire is a very important hire for that job, because you've got a great young core there in New York. But New York is one of those franchises that they've proven that they can win. To me, they're like the Marlins of football, where it's like every so often they're going to win a Super Bowl, but the rest of the time they're going to suck. But outside of that, those years, like, they can win Super Bowls, and I feel like bringing in a guy like John Harbaugh, that's huge for New York, and I think that is one of the better jobs that came open this offseason. Even with Buffalo, I would maybe even argue that what you've got in New York could potentially be better than Buffalo. Obviously, you're getting a way better quarterback in Buffalo, but with everything else that you have to deal with there, I don't know. I think if I'm a Giants fan, I am sitting pretty this offseason, and I'm looking forward to September.
The similarity is there with Andy Reid a little bit, and I know Harbaugh mentioned in his press conference as well that Andy Reid is someone he called to get some advice on this. We all know Andy was in Philly for a very long time, had success.
Yeah.
And look, I know Harbaugh won a ring in Baltimore, but had success in Philly, and of course could not get over the hump there with all those NFC title game appearances and ultimately a loss in a Super Bowl as well. And we all know how that's turned out in his new stop in Kansas City. And I get it. You'll say, well, he had Patrick Mahomes. Of course it worked out. But still, I think if you're Harbaugh, that's the thought that, hey, look, it's just time for something new. Not that it's kind of the reverse in terms of fan/media pressure, though. You go from Baltimore, there's media and pressure, yes, but it's not New York. Philly, media pressure to the top. You go to Kansas City, it's a little more laid back. So I do think that's the only difference in the direct comp between Harbaugh leaving Baltimore to go to New York. But I do think an NFC East that up until this year had not had back-to-back winners for 20-some-odd years. That division, you look at Washington, we don't know what to expect with a new OC, Jaden Daniels. Is he going to revert back to what he was his rookie year, or is he headed down the C.J. Stroud path where that was a flash in the pan and we're not going to ever see that again? You look at Dallas, it's the Cowboys, the roster. Who knows what Jerry Jones is going to do there with that roster? And then the Eagles, we just got done in an hour or so ago talking about how right now nobody wants that OC job. So I do think the Giants have a path to get to the top of the division pretty quickly.
Yeah, and it's I agree with you, and I think the tides are shifting because not only do you have to deal like with in Washington, for example, whether or not you can get Jaden Daniels back to what he was his rookie year, but you also have to worry about his health. Jaden Daniels is a guy who has had injuries not just in his pro career, but in his college career as well. So you have to manage that. And if he can't stay healthy, I think they've kind of proven, Marcus Mariota's not getting the job done in Washington. So to me, the tides are certainly shifting in New York's favor in that division. And I mean, it's been a long time coming too. I feel like for any of New York sports teams, you get the Knicks have had a flash now, but now the Giants could be back. And we've, after years of just both Jets and Giants being kind of the laughing stock of football.
So they've got their guy, and one other opening that got filled here recently is Jesse Minter in Baltimore. So the reverse, and of course, where Harbaugh was before. I do think when that job opened up, there were two names that people were mentioning a lot. It was Jesse Minter, given the ties to Baltimore and already having a connection there. And then I think people were wondering if they went on the offensive side, could they be a Clint Kubiak destination? There was some thought that would Cliff Kingsbury work there, although I don't think with his air raid style offense, that's necessarily the best thing for Lamar Jackson there in Baltimore. So to me, if you look at the AFC North and what the Ravens have been known for, in large part, it was always being one of the dominant defenses, and that's what they got away from. That offense didn't fall off a cliff. It was the defense was so problematic for them here in recent memory. With what they were operating with. And some of it's personnel, although I still think, you got the best safety in football. Maybe if you can argue about if he's number one, I think he is in Kyle Hamilton. So Jesse Minter, to me, is a phenomenal hire to get that defense back up to par. I think the offense in Lamar, if he's healthy again, will be fine. I know people were trying to have conversations about Lamar Jackson and do we need to have one. I think the guy was just never healthy all year. I expect them to get him healthy and get him right and get him going again. And it's really going to be about the defense and whether or not Baltimore gets back to being the division champs again. And let's not forget, they were still very close to being division champs even in a year like this.
Yeah, do we as NFL fans make a bigger deal about who your head coach is, or at least what side of the ball your head coach comes from, than NFL teams care about? Because, you've got a team where it's like the piece in Baltimore is Lamar Jackson. The piece in Buffalo is Josh Allen. As of right now, you would say the piece in Nashville is Cam Ward. The two of those teams just hired defensive guys as their head coaches. And, a lot of people are like, well, what are you doing? You're crazy. You need an offensive guy, a head coach to develop the people that you have. And if Buffalo goes with a defensive guy, we'll probably be saying the same there. Are we making a bigger deal of that than we should be? Because it seems to me like NFL guys are just we're bringing in the best possible candidate, regardless of what side of the ball they come from.
So people probably disagree with this, and it's probably not an end-all, be-all, but I would tell you this. If I was the GM or a head coach, I would just about never hire a defensive-minded head coach. And this is not to say there hasn't been defensive-minded coaches that had success. Duh, Bill Belichick, maybe the greatest of all time. Defensive-minded head coach, I would say worked out pretty darn well for him. Mike Vrabel in New England as well, defensive-minded head coach. It's working out pretty darn well early on. But I just wouldn't do it, man. Like, I would always hire the offensive mind for a couple reasons. Number one, I'm not going to have to search for an OC every 2 years if that OC has success. Unless my OC, the reason why it works in New England now, Josh McDaniels, I think, has already had his shot as a head coach. And so to me, he's staying as an OC for a long time there in New England now, working with Drake May. But look what happened. We all thought Cliff was going to leave for a head coaching gig, but Jaden Daniels had a great first year. There was a chance Cliff was leaving anyway for a head coaching gig very soon. You look at D'Amico Ryan, who's having a great job as a head coach with that dominant defense, but the problem is what? Their quarterback. And they've had different OCs. And so I think as much as people want to point to the Texans as the example of why a defensive coach works, yeah, that defense is great, but I could argue that them not having an offensive-minded head coach is why C.J. Stroud is in this mode that he's in right now, which is whether it's the yips or what, they haven't been able to get him on track. And if they get an offensive coordinator that works, that OC is going to leave. Look at Mike McDaniel taking the OC job with the Chargers if he doesn't get a head coaching gig. If he gets Herbert to be a playoff performer and not have the lack of success he's had there, then Mike McDaniel's going to be a head coach in a year or two. And see, that's the problem that I think you run into personally if you hire a defensive-minded head coach.
Well, Mike McDaniel, a guy who we just found out this morning, it pulled out of his interview with Buffalo, which to me is kind of a shocker because, if Mike McDaniel's a guy that ultimately wants to get another head coaching job, you would think Buffalo would be the place to do it. Obviously, we know how his Miami teams didn't fare well in the cold weather, so maybe that's what's deterring him from going and living in Buffalo. But I don't know, that to me was a little shocking. No, of Mike McDaniel saying, yeah, thanks, but no thanks to Buffalo, when that is, if he's seeking a head coaching job, that to me would be far better than the potential with the Raiders or anywhere else, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what that reason is. We had Sal Capaccio on earlier in the show from Buffalo talking about that vacancy. Is that because he thinks the Raiders job is a possibility for him? He hasn't pulled his name out of that as far as we know. And I tend to think Clint Kubiak might be the guy ultimately there, but he hasn't pulled his name out of that. We know if he doesn't get a gig, he's going to be the OC in LA. So yeah, I don't know what that tells us about the Buffalo gig. Did he already get some inclination that they truly weren't all that interested? He didn't want to go through the process. We know he pulled his name out of Cleveland. Was that because he wasn't interested with the personality test and all these other hoops that they were trying to have all these guys run through? Or was it, hey, he looked at that quarterback room and the mess that is the Cleveland Browns? Yeah, I don't know the real reason, quite honestly. Does he think that there's a better job opportunity in a year or so than Buffalo with Josh Allen? Does he know something we don't about Andy Reid stepping away in a year or two? I would be fascinated to see if we ever got the real reason.
Sometimes it is better for these guys to just kind of sit back, take a year off, maybe do a little TV work, do a little. I mean, look at Vrabel. Vrabel did that. He gets canned from Tennessee, then he goes and kind of sits back for a little bit, becomes like a defensive consultant with the Browns. And you can really garner a lot of intel by doing that, by taking a year off and stepping out of one team's franchise and one team's system and almost kind of cherry pick ideas and really spend that entire year building a plan of what you would do if and when you do ultimately get the call. And maybe that's the move for Mike McDaniel, because, you come from a place in Miami that has not won a playoff game in 25 plus years. And he came pretty close to accomplishing that in a place that is, I think, very tough to win in Miami. And I thought he did as best as he possibly could. He certainly turned that offense around for sure, with a guy in Tua Tagovailoa that you don't know if what he is.
Yeah,
I just feel like if he just took a year off, or maybe he goes into be the OC somewhere. But I feel like taking a year off can kind of sometimes be advantageous. It's like before you go off to college, you take that gap year. Sometimes that's the best thing that can happen for a coach.
Yeah, I think the Mike McDaniel conversation around him is kind of interesting because I consider him to be a great offensive mind, but I feel like in the last week, the narrative around him has got a bit overboard, right? I think it's a great fit as an OC with the Chargers, and you're right, what he's done with Tua, but people have now tried to me talk about Mike McDaniel like he's one of the greatest play callers we've ever seen in NFL history, that he took Tua to a Super Bowl, or it's gone a little bit too far. And this is not me hating on Mike McDaniel. I would love him as an OC in Kansas City, but they wouldn't let him call plays, so why would he come here, kind of thing. And he deserves another opportunity to be a head coach. This is not me poo-pooing that at all. But man, I think a bit of the narrative around Mike McDaniel, the aura around him has got a little crazy, and people are overblowing a little bit of, to me, what he has done.
I just think Miami is a very tough place to win. Nobody has come near as close as Mike McDaniel has in 25 years. Really, honestly, since Dan Marino hung it up, this franchise, I don't think, has won a playoff game. So that to me is I thought Mike McDaniel got the closest of anyone, any of his predecessors before him. So I that's why I kind of give him the credit. You do the best with what you can in a dysfunctional franchise like Miami is.
All right, coming up next, let's get to the list. We didn't have a list last week, but if you're new to the show, we've established a list that lasts forever. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Something that is really bugging us that is out there. You guys can add some things to the list as well if you're watching on YouTube. You can hit that YouTube chat if you want, but I know Austin and I have an item or two to add, and we'll do that right here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports. for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. In 15 minutes, we get right back into Championship Sunday. Of course, tomorrow, Rams, Seahawks up in Seattle, Patriots, Broncos in Denver, with Jared Stidham getting the nod after that devastating injury for Bo Nix right after the game. We all learned after the overtime win against Buffalo from Sean Payton that Bo Nix having surgery earlier this week and out for the postseason. So we'll get into that and take a look at some of the betting angles as well right here on BetMGM Game Day. But something we do each and every week here on the show, Austin and I have the list, and really it's your list as well. We take submissions to this. Doesn't have to be sports related. Anything that you've maybe been dealing with in your everyday life. A couple things we got on the list right now, Austin. We had from our very first show, people that are, clapping during a movie where there's no live performance.
Yes.
Probably something that you don't need. At least it's still bothering me a bit. Now, you've had a couple additions as well.
Yeah. The phrase 110% has been added to the list. Like, why stop at 110%? If we're able to mathematically go over 100%, why? Why not give 967%? It's stupid. It's not mathematically relevant. Quit saying give 110%. You can give 100%. That is mathematically eligible. Anyway, sorry, I don't want to get down that route. We've been down that route. It is added to the list, and once things are added to the list, they can't come back off the list. They're just things that grind our gears. We all have to agree with them. Once they're thrown up onto the list, they're there forever. We're going to make this thing as long as a CVS receipt, if we will. But Alex, I've got a sports and non-sports thing to add to the list this week. Which one should I start with? Should I go non-sports or sports?
Give me the sports one first.
Okay. All right. So this one is one that has really kind of bothered me more and more ever since Amazon Prime started their broadcast. As we know, they're joined by Kirk Herbstreit and Al Michaels, and it's really something. And I hate to put Al Michaels on the list, but I got to put Al Michaels on the list. I mean, do you believe in miracles? Yes, I do. Al Michaels is on the list because I'm adding how Al Michaels says how many seconds are left in a quarter rather than the minutes and seconds. Have you noticed this? When watching an Al Michaels broadcasted football game, he will say, if there's like a minute and 11 seconds left, he'll say, there's 71 seconds left. Listen, we did not get into watching sports to do math, okay? We don't need that. If there's a minute and 42 seconds left, Al Michaels will say, there's 102 seconds left. I don't want that. Al, just tell me there's a minute and 42 seconds left. Don't get cutesy with the clock. We don't want to see this. You're Al Michaels, not Al Mathematicals, okay? I'm sick of this. Just say what is on the clock as it reads, okay? And don't give me Al Michaels would probably be the kind of guy who lives in Eastern time zone, but would always refer to things in Mountain time zone. It's what are you doing that for? Just say what time it is and say how much time is left in the clock. Do not break it down by seconds. So Al Michaels saying how many seconds are in a clock, it's added to the list.
Interesting. I've never really thought about this one. You're right. He does say that now that you mention it. But I guess it's not something that has ever bothered me. Now you've ruined it for me. Now, thank you very much, Austin.
Right
now,
you won't be
now. Every time thank you. Next season when he returns for Thursday Night Football, now I'm going to think about it. Al Michaels is the GOAT. I thought you were heading a different direction with Al Michaels. People have been very critical of his lack of energy at times. Although I actually thought the playoff game they just did a couple weeks ago was his best call of the entire season. He raised his level for the postseason like he should, because people have been critical. I think he's 82 years old, and some people have suggested he should hang it up. He is, I think, all around, he's the best broadcaster we've ever had in sports. And there's a lot of great broadcasters, but I think he's an all-time great. I did not think about the clock thing. That one doesn't bug me as much, but it will now. Thank you.
It will, yeah, it will. Are you adding anything to the list, or do you want me to go to my non-sports?
Yeah, go non-sports.
Okay, my non-sports, the thing I'm adding to the list is the price of greeting cards, okay? Every few years in America, we make a stink about the gas prices being raised. Why is no one raising hell about Hallmark? Now I have to dip into my 401k just to wish my Nana a happy Mother's Day. Like, sorry, kids, you aren't going to college this year. Aunt Louise has a birthday coming up. Oh, your coworker's great uncle passed away? Better take out a second mortgage just to get a my condolences card to their family. Like, for the prices that we pay for these Hallmark prices, they should be bringing your great uncle back to life. It is unreal that we're letting Hallmark get away with this. It's Carlton cards. You need to quit it with your prices. I am so done with the price of greeting cards. And they're not even that good. Like, if I'm going to pay that much, I better get William Shakespeare himself to pen a sympathy card for the people I'm giving the card to. But instead, it's literally just, it's like, roses are red, violets are blue, and I love you. That's not even good rhyme scheme.
They are very expensive. How often do you buy? I guess, how often do you buy greeting cards at this point anymore? I feel like, that's just not as. You're right. There's certain occasions where you buy it, but I don't know. Maybe this is a different generational thing too, because I feel like people my age and younger. You and I are not that much different in age, but I feel like less and less than before. I think it still is viewed as a little more old fashioned.
Maybe that's why they're raising the prices, is they're just trying to stay afloat. But I come from, and I think you have to break it down, not necessarily by generation, but by family. I come from a greeting card family. Like, we will get cards for the birthdays, the holidays, and we will write very, very sweet, sentimental notes in. In fact, I'm doing more writing in the cards than freaking Hallmark is. So, again, more reason why they shouldn't be it's a piece of cardboard.
They got fancy ones now, man. Some of these will be like $11.99 because it plays a little bit of sound. You open it up and they'll charge you $12 because there's some sound involved.
Yeah,
with there as well.
I don't need technology in my greeting cards.
Yeah, look, Hallmark is based in Kansas City, so I shouldn't be agreeing with you on this whatsoever, but I kind of do. It definitely has got. You know what's funny? This is how nerdy I am. You said greeting card at the beginning, and I swear I heard, and I collect sports cards, and I heard grading cards, and so card grading has gotten out. I was like, yeah, you tell them. Card grading has gotten out of. PSA is way too expensive and taking too damn long. I was about to be like, yeah, let's go, and then I'm like, no, he said greeting card. Yeah, greeting card.
Right. Yeah, no, it's the and even like I will always go to the what is it? Is it Card Box or what's it called? Where it's like the 99-cent cards. Oh, those are my go-to now because I am sticking it to the man. And I'm coming to Kansas City for next week's show, Alex. I'm picketing. I'm doing the show live from outside Hallmark's headquarters.
Yeah, you can be outside Hallmark and you'll be there holding signs and writing your own handmade cards. We'll see how that pans out for Austin Huff. Those are 2 new additions to the list. And once again, you guys can submit some to the show, whether it's on YouTube or Twitch or at Austin Huff or at Alex Gold right here during BetMGM Game Day. Coming up next, though, we get right back in the NFL championship weekend. How do we see the Rams and Seahawks game playing out? Some of the storylines, legacy on the line there, and including on the AFC side. If Sean Payton gets Jarrett Stidham to a Super Bowl, what does that say about him as well? Is he in a no-lose spot? I think he might be. We'll do that next year on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Tomorrow, of course, Championship Sunday in the National Football League. We'll get right into those games here momentarily. Hope you guys are having a good start to your Saturday. Again, I think much of the country seemingly today dealing with brutally cold weather, a lot of snow maybe on the ground. So I hope you guys out there staying warm. And thanks to everybody that is out and about for their jobs that have to be maybe to keep us safe as well. First responders, those working on the road crews and all of that on a nasty weekend for much of the country weather-wise, although seemingly we're going to avoid that at the site of the AFC and NFC title game. Could be cold, but we're not going to even have, blizzard type conditions or any of the snow in Denver, and doesn't look like we're going to have that in Seattle either. But looking forward to tomorrow as well. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on Westwood One Sports. Coming up here in about 20 minutes, we'll have some fun checking in with former host of ESPN's Cheap Sheets, and you guys probably know them now from Amazon Prime's Good Sports with Kevin Hart and Keenan Thompson. We'll have the Sklar brothers joining us. You can follow them on Twitter if you don't already, the Sklar brothers. Looking forward to that, Austin, in just a little bit. That'll be a lot of fun here on the show, get their thoughts on championship weekend and just have a little fun here on a Saturday. But I want to start with the Rams and the Seahawks and some of the storylines around that, and then we can get into Sean Payton on the AFC side, because I do think for Sam Darnold, as much as we talk about sports stories and what are great comeback stories and underdogs and all that, Sam Darnold, if in fact he gets the Seahawks to the Super Bowl, let me be clear, they're the favorites in this game and the favorites to win this whole thing right now. If he gets them there, this goes down as one of the better sports stories I actually think that we've had on the NFL side in a bit. We know on the college football side, Kurt Signetti, it's an all-time story. Disney movie's coming out. I don't know if there's going to be a Disney movie about Sam Darnold like there is for the Hoosiers and Signetti, but Sam Darnold going from the Jets and the failure there and all that to maybe a Super Bowl champion in 3 weeks is one of the great stories.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Signetti, because the Sam Darnold story is one that should be studied. It's less of a Sam Darnold story and more than it is a story about us, because I feel like we've gotten it wrong every step along the way. Like when we think Sam Darnold, we think of the clip of him saying, "I'm seeing ghosts." We think of the graphic of him being out because of mononucleosis. Like that is what we think of when we think Sam Darnold. And we've been like, yeah, but and then it became, oh, Sam Darnold plays bad in big games, in the biggest moments. And that was the story in Minnesota. Now it's like he's continuing to pass the test, every single one that gets thrown his way. And we're still like, yeah, but we'll see. If that was exactly how we treated Indiana football. Indiana football was like, well, okay, well, let's see how they do against Ohio State. Okay, well, let's see how they do against Ohio State in the national champion, the Big Ten championship. Okay, well, let's see how they do in the playoff, because they didn't fare well in the playoff last year. And every step of the way, we kept being like, well, okay, well, let's see it now. And they kept passing the test. Sam Darnold continues to pass the test. So I'm starting to think we should be less critical of Sam Darnold and more critical of ourselves for this, because he's done nothing but ball out this year, and he's got his team 60 minutes away from the Super Bowl. I mean, if Sam Darnold wins the Super Bowl, we're still going to be like, yeah, but let's see if he can win it again, right?
No, you're not wrong. I mean, I do think, though, and this is the only thing. So, yes, Sam Darnold, to me, has answered a lot of the questions from what happened in the postseason last year. And again, week 18 last year is when it really all started, when it all broke down. He already, to me, showed that this is not the same story when he played and got a win in week 18 against the Niners. And then last week, they didn't need him to go out there and be great, but he didn't make any mistakes, and they rolled past the 49ers. And now if you're watching on YouTube, you can see over at BetMGM, I mean, the Seahawks and Sam Darnold are Super Bowl favorites at plus 140. Right. And they've been throughout much of the year, other than maybe the first month. In the first month when everybody was saying the Packers were the best team in football. Remember that? They were already playing great, then they got Micah Parsons, and it was like, man, the Packers are the best team in football. And then they weren't. Injuries happen, and we all know the rest is kind of history. Seattle people, I think they did the doubting for much of the regular season. And then when they ultimately got to that Week 18 game and beat the Niners and Kyle Shanahan, I think that's when people started, at least I did maybe, started to really believe that Seattle could be a legit title contender. I like them preseason to push in the West. They were 7-1 back in August. You could bet them to win the NFC West. That's one thing. But now we're talking about a Super Bowl. And these two teams that are facing off in Seattle, I do believe are the two best in football. And I think the winner of the Super Bowl up in Santa Clara is going to be the winner of this NFC title game. In fact, our Odyssey NFL insider over with Brian Baldinger was on with Nick Costos on You Better You Bet yesterday on Westwood One Sports. And here's what Baldinger had to say about this Seahawks team.
Yeah, I think Seattle's the best team. I know they had a miraculous comeback, a couple of weeks ago, down 30-14, came back to win it in overtime. Like, I know all the stuff that's happened. But Seattle, just being around that team, you can feel this rare chemistry that they have for everybody. Now, winning kind of manufactures that a bunch, but I think it's just real. And sometimes these coaches come in and they're just, it happens early in these coaches' career, where they got the team, they've listened to them, they've got the talent. Schneider's done a great job of building that team. I think no matter what Sam Darnold does, if he really just lays an egg, they're not going to overcome that. But even if he makes a mistake here or there, I feel like this team is good enough to overcome it, because I think this team feels like they're here in this spot because of Sam, not because everybody else is great. But I feel like they've got all the pieces, receiver, the running back. I knew losing Charbonnet is a big deal, but Kenneth Walker is more than capable of handling the load. I feel like this is a team that is a rare team. I don't know that they can go on a run. I feel like this team this year has been the team to beat.
Brian Baldinger on with Nick Costos earlier in the week on You Better You Bet here on Westwood One Sports. I agree with the last point. We kind of hinted at it earlier. Any quarterback, you want to take advantage of being in a spot where you're 2 wins away from a Super Bowl, of course. But I do think, other than Jared Stidham, for obvious reasons, Sam Darnold would be the least likely of the bunch that you would think all of a sudden is just going to be in AFC or NFC, in this case, title games consistently. Matthew Stafford might retire, but he's a future Hall of Famer. Drake May's early in year 2 of his career, but it sure seems like with Mike Vrabel and that team, like he might be in these AFC title games a bunch. I don't know if Sam Darnold in next year or the year after is right back in an NFC title game. I do think this is less sustainable, and that's not even a shot at their head coach. I think Mike McDonald's done an incredible job in year 2 with that defense, but I do think there's still a difference. We can give Sam Darnold all the props in the world, but I don't think he's now suddenly in this conversation where we expect him and this team to just be in these games all the time.
Well, and seeing that's kind of like plays to my point, like even here, he's on the doorstep of the Super Bowl, and we're like, yeah, but I don't think he can do it next year. And yet he's done it all throughout this season, which, over the course of a season is a long time to sustain and to keep a team afloat, not just for the 1 seed, but then to advance to the NFC Championship. I feel like there's these guys that when they start off earlier in their careers and they don't have success, we're so much harder to come around to them when they are good. Ryan Tannehill similarly was the same way. He was terrible in Miami, and then he comes in and backs up Marcus Mariota, ends up getting the starting job there in Tennessee. His very first year takes the team to the AFC title game. The next year brings them back to the playoffs. The year after that, obviously he started dealing with some injuries late in his tenure in Tennessee, but was doing the same thing. And yet there was a point in both 2019 and 2020 that he was statistically a top 3 quarterback in the NFL, not just the AFC, but the NFL. But that doesn't fit the narrative. And it's the same thing I think that Sam Darnold is kind of facing right now, is like Sam Darnold, and you're right, maybe statistically he's not necessarily there in the upper echelon of quarterbacks in the league, but he's continuing to win. And yet we're still so reluctant as just football fans to be like, well, yeah, but remember when he was bad? Remember when he couldn't get over the hump? And for some reason that overshadows what he's doing now as a quarterback.
Yeah, I just think in NFL history, the guys that go to consecutive AFC or NFC title games, or are one of they're the number 1 seed. The teams that are number one seeds for multiple years in a row, typically, I'm not saying there's not an outlier, typically they're usually the guys we view as the top 5 quarterback. Brady and Mahomes up until this year, accounted for over the last decade, 95% of the AFC title games or whatever it was,
Right.
And, the Patriots and Chiefs have been in the AFC title game for the last 20 years, it feels like, or whatever. I just think in what happened, they had Brady and Mahomes, on the NFC side, maybe you view it as it's more open. If Stafford's gone, then you look at the crop of quarterbacks next year. For me, I think, oddly enough, it's more likely that Caleb Williams, to me, is in the NFC title game next year than Sam Darnold is again. Call me a hater. But, I just think that's ultimately it is still a league about quarterbacks. And you're right. Sam Darnold's played really well. I'm just not ready to all of a sudden think that he's just going to have his team consistently in these games. And, I hope I'm wrong for Seattle Seahawks fans' sake. It won't be the first time or last time I'm wrong. But that's just kind of how I view the quarterbacks.
Do you think we feel that way? Because I don't disagree necessarily with what you're saying. It is hard for me. I self-admittedly, I am part of the problem when it comes to the Sam Darnold narrative, because I have a hard time believing that he will be back in next year's NFC title game. But do we think that because statistically he's not there, he's not putting up these, he's no box score warrior, because obviously when Mahomes and Brady were doing it, they were. Yeah. The completion percentage, the yards, everything was there. The touchdown passes, everything was there for them. But with Sam Darnold, it's not necessarily there.
I think it's because a lot of these names were already winners of MVPs or were right there. Sam Darnold was not an MVP candidate this year. Of course, Drake May is. Mahomes has one MVP. Brady, of course, is one MVP. I think that's some of it.
Right.
Lamar Jackson, even though he, has not gotten over the hump, he's a 2-time MVP award winner. I think that's what it is. There still is a gap in who he is as a quarterback. And, that to me is not even hating. That's just reality. So I hate on a weekend in which he's about to probably go to the Super Bowl, to be talking about his long-term future. But I think out of the 4 quarterbacks left, if I were to ask you, who's going to have the most rings of this bunch, I probably would just answer Matthew Stafford, quite honestly, because that's the simple way. He's already got a ring, and he's 2 wins away from having 2. And I don't know, it's very difficult for any of these other quarterbacks to get to 2 rings. There's only a small group that has 2 rings. So that's the simple one. I think it's more likely that Drake May ends up with more rings than Sam Darnold ends up with more rings than Drake May. And a lot of that is just the age factor and who I think is a MVP quarterback versus one of the better quarterbacks in the league, which is where I put Sam Darnold.
So you don't think Jarrett Stidham's going to have more rings than anyone?
I don't. Now, there is part of me that would take some joy in a scenario where after all this talk about quarterbacks for the last couple of years, that Jarrett Stidham cuts the line and it's the Nick Foles year and he gets a ring before Josh Allen or something like that's crazy. There's I will say from intrigue of a possible Super Bowl matchup, I'm not I'll watch. I'm addicted to the NFL, and even the casual fan watches the Super Bowl. But Stidham versus Darnold in the Super Bowl is not exactly what I'm here for.
Stop the presses. I'm me, man. I love chaos and I love just when things go crazy. I have been eating up the drama that has gone down in Buffalo this week. I just give me all the chaos in the world. Give me Phillip Rivers as the new head coach of the Buffalo Bills for the same reason I want Jarrett Stidham to be the Super Bowl starting quarterback and maybe even Super Bowl winning. Imagine Jarrett Stidham holding up Super Bowl MVP. That's what I am rooting for. Just give me all of the chaos.
It could happen, man. It definitely could happen. We'll give our picks. I think the Broncos game will be much closer. We'll actually get in coming up towards the end of this hour our thoughts on Broncos and Seahawks, Broncos and Patriots, in just a little bit, because I do think for Sean Payton, there's a lot legacy-wise on the line, but he oddly enough, not that he ever wanted Bo Nix to get hurt by any means, but he's in a bit of a no-lose spot. If they lose, you can say, oh, well, yeah, he lost his quarterback. If they win, it's oh, my gosh, Sean Payton took Jarrett Stidham to the Super Bowl. So we can get into that
right.
In just a bit. I really think that's the spot that he's in, and he's built a dominant defense up there along with Vance Joseph, who maybe Vance Joseph is a candidate in Arizona. We'll see if he's still the defensive coordinator. I think it's more likely the Broncos have some sustainability than some of these other teams that we can talk about as well. But up next, we're going to be joined by the Sklar brothers. Looking forward to that. We're going to have some fun talking NFL, talking all things sports and outside of sports as well, what they've been up to. And then we'll get to the Broncos and the Patriots right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, you.
Smart takes, real stakes. The weekend starts now with BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on BetMGM Game Day. We'll get back into the AFC side of things for the title game tomorrow. Patriots and, of course, the New England Patriots, of course, going to Denver, I should say. We'll do that in just a bit. Some of our picks as we're hanging out here. Of course, the show also on YouTube if you want to watch us. Other than that, Sirius XM channel 375. Really excited for our next guest, though. Austin was texting me about this earlier in the week, and we're excited to have Jason Sklar join us, one of the Sklar brothers. You guys hopefully give him a follow on Twitter, a former host of ESPN's Cheap Sheets. You can also check them out on Amazon Prime's Good Sports. And if you happen to be in the New Orleans area, really cool. I love myself a good comedy club. They'll be in New Orleans at Sports Drink Comedy Club February 21st and the 22nd. Great to have you on the show. And if anybody's watching on video, I'm noticing the big M there, Michigan guy.
Yes, sir.
Sharon Moore had a court appearance this week and everything. How you doing?
Did something happen with Sharon Moore this year? I'm binging the season. I'm in game 4. Are we good? Is everything okay?
Yeah, no spoilers.
Oh man,
you got to be feeling pretty good with Kyle Whittingham there in town, though, right?
Yes, he's like your Mormon grandfather who came in to like discipline the family. I like it. I'm super into it. I let me tell you something. The hard part is we got to know Sharon Moore a little bit. He was a very nice guy to us, and we love Michigan. We love the program. We obviously feel super connected to the program. So it was very hard to watch it sort of implode, and there were thoughts of like what's going on as over the last couple of years too. Anyway, but we needed someone to right the ship. You see how quickly someone can come in, Kirk Cignetti, and turn an entire program around. And Michigan's already got great talent. So I think with a very dedicated quarterback coach for Bryce, a really, really great offensive and defensive coordinator, and, let's get as many giant Samoans on this team as we possibly can. But was there ever a better moment than when a giant Samoan woman would come on The Price is Right and pick up Bob Barker? I mean, that's where we are as a team. That's what we need. And I think if we can just get some really great people on this team, some great, I like to call them like those 3 or 4 stars that are like undervalued and just, rise up. I mean, this is what we learned about college football this season, right? It's way better to have a 23-year-old guy who's been playing college football, who was maybe a 3-star, but has proved it on the field and really done what he can, than a 5-star who has all the potential in the world, right?
Well, do you think that an upstart program like Michigan can, keep pace with the powerhouse programs like Indiana?
I mean, that is really insane, is that Indiana becoming a football school I don't know how we're going to, but let's be honest though, for real, like as soon as like the money became available to everyone else, all of a sudden the SEC is like kind of mid. Are we really like, you know what I'm saying? It's like when it's almost like, oh my God. So Big Ten wins the national championship past 3 years. Ohio State obviously lost to Michigan on their way to winning the national championship, but you got Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio State all doing their job, right? And showing that like it's no longer an SEC dominated sport. And it's a little troubling that now the gauntlet next year, when you think about who Michigan has to play, we have to play Oregon, who's going to be great. Dante Moore coming back. We have to play Ohio State, who will be great. We have to play Indiana, even though it's at home. Still Indiana, they're going to be great. And I say don't sleep on Penn State with Matt Campbell. So there's a lot. I mean, it's a gauntlet now, and I gotta say, as much as I kind of like it, I also don't love it.
One thing that I've certainly loved is these post game interviews with Fernando Mendoza. We all know he's probably going to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft. He's been doing the late night tour. He's been on with Fallon, et cetera. What do you make of this kid? I'm not even asking as a pro, but just the person. He seems extremely likable.
He does. I look at him, I'm like, he's hopped up on Coke. I mean, Coke Zero. He's the guy didn't lose a game this year. Also still hasn't lost his virginity, I'm guessing. I just love that he's somebody who's who is so pure. He's pure as the cocaine that Michael Irvin is snorting on the sideline, on the other sideline, as he's whipping a cooler. He is. I love him. I love his energy. I would like to say this after the game. Let's, as athletes, can we all stop giving all the glory to God? Like, why don't you give like 60% of the glory to God? How about giving 40% to your mom who's in a wheelchair? Your dad who's like driven you around everything. Why don't you give some of the glory to them? I think God had something to do with it a little bit, and I don't even know if I believe in God, but let's get some percentages out there. How about give 8% of the glory to your high school coach? How about 11% to Kirk Cinetti, who plucked you out of Cal and brought you over here? Like, let's do some math before we give all the glory to God, if you know what I mean.
It's just funny that Fernando Mendoza just constantly feels like he's perpetually giving a TED Talk. Just with every answer, he has to give his full backstory and then like a motivational thing. And it's like, Fernando, I just asked you about that, that drive right before half. I don't need to know that you were a 0-star recruit coming out of high school.
He sounds like he's giving a TED Talk to a church youth group. That's what it feels like, right? I mean, kids, there's punch in the back of the room and cookies. Abstinence is the way to go. And I was a 0-star. I tried to walk on at Miami, and they wouldn't let me walk on. And you shouldn't. And I'm glad. So I'm abstaining from playing from them, just like you should abstain from sex until you're married. And that's my message.
Jason Sklar from the Sklar Brothers with us right now. Jason, you're from St. Louis originally. You and Randy grew up in St. Louis, and the Rams were there for 25 years or however long, and they now followed you guys out to LA, which you now live in. Is the thorn still in your side when you see them having the success that they're having this year, or have we moved past that?
Well, so they gave St. Louis a Super Bowl, but this is how I define fandom. I don't know if you guys saw that. There was a clip that was going a little bit viral about the Bills fan, that girl who was like sitting on the floor crying about why they just they'll never win a Super Bowl in my lifetime. I have a very specific attitude towards fandom, and that is if your team loses and it doesn't ruin your next 3 to 7 days, you're not a fan. You're not a real fan. You can. Anyone who's like, oh, the next day it's fine, we'll get it. I'm like, no, it's not fine. You're allowed to be upset, and it should hurt you to your very core. And so that attitude did not follow the Rams out to LA with me. So like, the ball don't lie, as Rasheed Wallace once famously said, and I know this applies to something totally different, but like if the Rams lose and it doesn't really bother me, then I have to say in my core, I'm just not that into them. So I have found myself, this is the interesting thing, and I don't know if you guys agree with this. When you don't really have a dog in the race, it's actually more fun to watch the sport on the whole. So I am rooting for a lot of Michigan players in the league. Obviously, I love Blake Corum. He's on the Rams, and he got some run this year, and I thought he was pretty phenomenal. Obviously, I'm rooting for J.J. McCarthy, who had a phenomenal season. No, I think he's got a little work to do over there. I hope they stick with him. Because I love him, and I do think he's a winner. And I think when he figures out the NFL game, he's going to be great. But I think, I love Colston Loveland, what he did. I follow my players. And so it makes it easy for me to just get into games and want the games to be really fun. I mean, I root for the Chargers because Harbaugh's out here. I root for whatever NFL team Connor Stallions is coaching for. I root for those guys.
You bring up coaching. Mike McDaniel, it sure seems like he might be the OC for your guy Harbaugh out there with the Chargers if he doesn't get a head coaching gig. And I think he's one of the fun personalities in the sport because he just operates so differently than everybody. Maybe vaping on the sideline as well. You never know.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, I love him. First of all, I loved him in the suit that he was wearing. That someone caught that picture of him this week or last week in the suit on his way to Baltimore. I'm like, don't wear that suit to Baltimore, buddy. Watch The Wire before you start wearing that suit to Baltimore. But also, like, you looked at him and you're like, someone on our show on Good Sports wrote the best joke. They were like, he looks like a pimp's tablecloth. I was like, yeah, he kind of does. But he's also like, I love how he's so tapped in with young people. And I think, he's a brilliant mind. I think maybe running an organization is a little too much for him right now, but I just think he's going to be great for the Chargers. I wonder if Harbaugh's going to let him sort of, take the little power football back, at least make room for more creative stuff. But if it works and he can really get a lot out of Herbert, I think the Chargers were a playoff. I mean, they're not that far off from making a legitimate run at the Super Bowl. So I think it's a good ad.
I feel like on vibes alone, Mike McDaniel was like perfect for Miami because he just looks like he is like a Miami guy. And now that he's not there anymore, I don't know. I feel like LA, he could very well fit into the vibes that LA has just based off of look alone. Because I don't think Mike McDaniel is gonna. I don't think he would be a Kansas City guy. I don't think if he would, honestly, even like a Dallas or Houston guy. Like I feel like he has got to be in one of those like kind of glitzy and glamorous type towns.
He is, but like, and then, being a Charger. Okay, so I'm a Clippers fan here in LA, which is such an odd thing. It's like it's like, you're going to the Globetrotters game? Yeah, I'm a big Generals fan. Like that. I'm a big watcher, like me. Yeah, it's like not, I've lived through this for 27 years. I mean, when we moved out to LA in the late 90s, and we didn't have a NBA team in St. Louis growing up. I like the Pistons, and I still like the Pistons from going to school in New York or in Detroit. But like when I came to LA, I said, okay, I'm gonna try to go to some games. I have two teams in a city for the first time. I've never had a team. Lakers tickets were $250 because of Kobe and Shaq. $300, $500 back in the late 90s. And I'm like, I can't do that. Clippers tickets were like $12. And by the fourth quarter, there was a chance you could be in the game. You were like, so you're sitting next to Billy Crystal talking about City Slickers. And you're like, oh shit, they're calling me into the game. Oh God, I got to go in. So it's like that. So there was this vibe of like, and you love all the guys were like great. Did you? Yeah, I'd say in the early 2000s, it's like, did you like Duke? Well, you're going to see some of their best players here. Corey Maggette and Elton Brand and, Chris Kaman looking like he was still evolving as a human being. And those teams were so fun. And so I've always been a Clippers fan, and that's what the Chargers feel like. So McDaniel's on the Charger, like him coming to the Chargers, it's like, I'm not sure if he's in the glamorous spot. Like the Rams are sort of the Lakers of LA and the Chargers are the Clippers. But do you know what I'm saying, vibes wise?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Right. No, it does make sense. Yeah. So it is.
No,
like
it's like, let me explain it like that. I'll explain it like this. The Rams are like Hollywood and the Chargers are like North Hollywood. They're like the Valley, if that makes sense.
Right. The Rams are the Jason Sklar and the Chargers are the Randy, right?
Thank you. And I'm glad he's not here to refute.
I got you. Yeah, I got you.
Who do you have, by the way, before we let you go, though, we appreciate you joining us here on Westwood One Sports. How do you see the games going this weekend? Are you going to be locked in, or are you kind of just going to watch from afar? Rams, Seahawks, and, of course, Patriots, Broncos.
Totally locked in because we are writing on this sports show. And, one of the things we do is we work on Sundays. And so we will be at work. We will be writing jokes as we watch the game and trying to look for weird moments that can be blown out into bits for the next night when we tape. But I think the Broncos, I just don't know how the Broncos can win without Bo Nix. The Patriots are great. I think with Bo Nix, that would have been a really great game and a toss-up because it's in Denver. I maybe would have given the edge to Denver. I just don't know how you can bet against the Patriots, which good for New England. I'm so glad that Boston can finally have a champion after a drought for 50 years for no champions in any sport. Good for them. But it's like when James Cameron is nominated for awards and Avatar makes money. You're like, good for him. I'm glad he's making a little bit of money for once. And he's a guy whose confidence and ego is really fragile. So I'm glad he's doing well. So I think Drake May is legit. I think he's the real deal. I think New England wins. I don't think they blow them out because I still think the Broncos are a good team. I just don't know that Stidham is the answer. So I think the Patriots win there. And I just love what they're doing in Seattle. Seattle is so tough, and I do love the Rams. That's such a toss up. That's a harder one to call. I would say like 9 out of 10 times, I think I would pick Seattle, but something about Stafford and the Rams. I don't know, man. They just know how to win. I mean, how great was that game during the season? I mean, it's just going to be a great game. I think that's going to be a phenomenal game, and that's such a coin toss. So I guess I'll say the Rams, but I don't know. Mike McDonald, Michigan guy, doing great with the team up in Seattle. I mean, it's good. It's exciting to see young coaches do well. And I think whoever comes out of the NFC, I think is going to win. That's my Super Bowl, my hot take Super Bowl prediction. I just think if it's Seattle and they've gone through the Rams, I think they get it done. And if it's the Rams and they somehow make it through Seattle, I think they get it done. I mean, I guess if I'm rooting, I got two Michigan interests. I'm rooting for Blake Corum to get some run in the game. And also if Mike McDonald wins, I'll root for him. What a great story that guy is. D coordinator from Michigan, comes into the league and immediately takes that team to the top. And everyone in Minnesota is like, oh, I'm glad we traded away Sam Darnold. I'm glad we let him go.
Yeah. Mike McDonald, probably the best singer of the head coaches left available too, right?
You don't know me, but I'm your coordinator. Love him. Obsessed.
He is Jason Sklar, comedian, one half of the Sklar brothers. Jason, you can catch him. Honestly, sometimes you'll catch him on our counterpart here on Westwood One Sports, Jim Rome show. And you can also catch him on Amazon Prime's Good Sports with Kevin Hart and Kenan Thompson. And they will be in New Orleans at Sports Drink Comedy Club February 21st to 22nd. Go see them live. Honestly, probably they are my favorite comedians to see live because the way that they riff off of each other, it is a sight to be seen. It is such a unique act that they've got. It's so funny. Jason Sklar, thank you so much for joining us, man.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. Great stuff. That was a ton of fun. I know we're only, at this point in time, a month into the new show, Austin, but that was a ton of fun. And my guess is we fast forward a year from now, that'll be one of our favorite interviews that we do this in 2026. So awesome stuff. You can see why his show's so popular right now over on Amazon Prime as well.
Yeah, they are. They're funny, like absolutely hilarious comedians, but also they know sports very well, so they are fun to follow.
All right, up next. Up next, we will get to the Rams and Seahawks game, and then also let's talk about Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos next year on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts.
Thanks,
here.
Jason.
Westwood One Sports.
Jason, thank you so much.
the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
I've prepared the same every single week like I am the starter. Just hasn't obviously been that way, minus 2 weeks. So my preparation hasn't changed one bit. And yeah, that's just kind of how I view it.
Broncos quarterback Jarrett Stidham earlier this week getting set for a start in the AFC title game tomorrow afternoon as the Broncos host the New England Patriots. And we'll get into that game here now. And of course, if you are over at BetMGM, you can bet on this game, and you can see the latest number has the Patriots as 4.5-point favorites. The total sitting at 42.5, and you can take advantage of the Pro Football Playoffs Odds Boost token. The biggest games of the year are kicking off. Use the Odds Boost token to score a bigger payout if your Pro Football Playoff bet wins, and we've got two great ones coming up tomorrow. But I do think if Jarrett Stidham and Sean Payton can pull off a win, and let's be real, it's probably more about the defense than it is going to be the offense if they pull it off. It probably means they turned over Drake May and got a short field for Jarrett Stidham or something like that. I don't think their plan is for Jarrett Stidham to go out there and quote-unquote win in the game. I don't think. My guess is they just wanted to be a game manager here. But if Sean Payton does that, think about his legacy. He's in a great spot. He loses Bo Nix from a legacy aspect. Nobody's expecting him to win tomorrow, right? Like, nobody's going to criticize Sean Payton, I don't think, if they lose to Drake May, even at home with Bo Nix on the bench with the injury. If they win, though, Sean Payton goes to another Super Bowl, this time with a different team, and puts himself in position to be the only coach to win a Super Bowl for two different teams.
Yeah, especially, because it's like who he's doing it with, and it's so funny, we talked at length about Sam Darnold and the narrative around him and how we handle that and how we never really give credit where credit is due. This is one where Jarrett Stidham, I'm sorry, man, but you're going to have to take a back seat if you do pull this win off, because all of the praise won't be going to Jarrett Stidham. It'll be going to Sean Payton and the quarterback whispering that he did going into this game. It's going to be, can you believe Sean Payton got his guy off the bench for his first start of the season in the AFC Championship and dethroned the New England Patriots from their, the seat that they have sat on as one of the AFC's best teams all year? And he did it with Jarrett Stidham. None of the credit will go to Jarrett Stidham. It'll all go to Sean Payton. I'm soothsaying right now. I'm telling you, I'm predicting the future if the Broncos are able to pull off this win. Now, that's a massive if, but it's just it's a shame because guys like the Sam Darnold, the Jarrett Stidhams are not going to get the credit, despite the fact that Jarrett Stidham is the first quarterback to get his first start in a championship game since Roger Staubach in 1972. Like, it's a pretty high ask that we're asking Jarrett Stidham, and it's a no-win situation for him, really.
I know for any title game, AFC title game in this case, 4.5 points, that's a big spread. However, I don't know, going into this, I don't actually consider this, even if the spread tells us otherwise, like, this would not be one of the biggest upsets in NFL playoff history. Like, I that's not how I view this. And in fact, the number's gone down 0.5 point since we've been on the air today. I guess it's down to 4. I said 4.5. It's down to 4 over at BetMGM. I mean, I don't view it that way. I know people will perceive it that way because of a backup, but I think these teams are still fairly evenly matched. I think New England's defense certainly is underrated in this game. We know what the Broncos defense can do. I don't put a ton of stock in them giving up 30 to Buffalo, and people are worrying about the Broncos defense. I'll take the 17 games prior to this last week. And Jarrett Stidham, Bo Nix. Bo Nix, of course, you would rather have as your quarterback, than Jarrett Stidham right now. But this is not a difference of going from a top 5 quarterback in the league to your backup. Bo Nix to me was in that I would rank him out probably in the 12 to 15 range at best of quarterbacks. So you go to Stidham, Bo Nix is not worth 6 points. You're not worth 7 points. So if Bo Nix was starting in this game, I don't think Denver's all of a sudden a favorite. I think this would be a pick'em at best, even with Bo Nix in this game. So if that's the case, I think Denver defense makes this a lot closer than people believe. And it would not be the stunner of all stunners if they pull off an upset, knowing that Drake May has struggled to protect the football in the pocket.
Yeah, it's a great point. Really, quarterback is the only reason I think everyone is basically writing this off as a bye week for the Patriots. But it's a great point. I mean, the defense is very solid. And you could even argue in the coaching space that the Broncos have a significant advantage. Sean Payton is a guy who obviously won the Super Bowl back in 2009 with Drew Brees, but he was a really, really bad pass interference call away from going to another Super Bowl back in, 2018? And so that, I mean, like, he is a guy who has proven himself that he can coach and get teams to the Super Bowl. Whereas on the other side, Mike Vrabel, sure, he wins a lot of press clippings, but he just matched his number of playoff wins that he had in 6 years in Tennessee in this postseason alone. He's doubled it this year. He's got 4 postseason wins in his now 7th year of coaching. And I feel like you're right. Like, the quarterback position is why we're looking at this game and saying, oh, well, yeah, the Patriots are for sure.
And I get it. It's the most important position in, I get it's the most important position in sports. I don't think the gap is as big of a drop off as it would be for other teams and how they operate with their quarterback.
I think that's why the line is kind of shifting to your point. Like, that's why the line is shifting closer than, a lot of people would expect it to be. Keep in mind, what was the line for one of the games last week was 8.5 points. I can't remember which game, but I mean, this is much closer than that. This is that line cut in half.
Yeah. The 49ers Seahawks, I think, was the largest spread last week. And that was 7 or 7.5.
Right. So, I mean, like, I don't know. I just feel like obviously, yes, quarterback is the most important position. That does play a huge role. But you know what also plays a huge role in winning football games? Having a really good head coach and having a really good defense. And the Denver Broncos do have both.
For those looking to bet on this particular game, also on the player prop side, if you're just curious, we're talking about Jarrett Stidham. His over-under at BetMGM, 200.5. So over-under 200.5 passing yards is where his total is. Drake May's over-under 223.5 for this game. If you think it's more about the ground game, RJ Harvey, the rookie running back there for the Broncos, you can take a look at his over-under, 40.5 yards. Jarrett Stidham, 14.5. And we'll see. I don't believe that we got clarity on this. We'll ask our guest coming up next hour, Zach Bye from Denver. I know there was talk about J.K. Dobbins having his window activated, practice window activated. We'll get the latest on the expectation. Do they expect this to be a run-heavy attack for Denver? Are they going to give Jarrett Stidham an opportunity to pass? You can see, if you're watching on YouTube, 20.5 over-under completions for Jarrett Stidham, over a half touchdown pass. Problem is, it's juiced up to minus 278. Otherwise, I think you're better trying to find, if over 1.5, and you think maybe there's a chance Jarrett Stidham has 2 touchdown passes. I'm never betting a minus 280 over under half a touchdown heading into a playoff game with backup quarterback. He's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Gould. This is BetMGM Game Day. Up next, we'll talk a little college football. Curt Cignetti gets it done. Is this the flash in the pan, or are they going to be here for a long time? We'll do that right here on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff, another hour here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. We'll get back into the NFL with the Denver Broncos in particular. We'll head out to Denver, be joined by Zach Bye, host radio there in the Mile High City as they get set to welcome in the New England Patriots. We'll discuss some of the things we hit on. Sean Payton's legacy, confidence there in Jarrett Stidham. What kind of game script could we see from the Broncos as they welcome in Drake May and company? But I do want to talk college football. I understand at this point it's been a few days since Curt Cignetti in Indiana went 16-0 and won a national championship. But when we're talking about the greatest college football turnaround and maybe college sports turnaround period, I should say, I feel like we got to discuss a little bit as they do go 16-0 and Mendoza, of course, comes up with, if possible, another Heisman moment. He already won the Heisman, but seemingly had another Heisman moment in that game with an iconic touchdown run and an iconic photo now that's probably going to be in the basement of every single IU fan for the next 100 years. That's how special of a play that was. But, man, look, this is an Indiana program. I think the question a lot of people have is, okay, amazing story, all-time turnaround, Curt Cignetti to just flip the script like that, CFP in year one, national title in year two, only program to go 16-0. Can they do this again? Should they be expected to be around for a while? And I'm not telling you they're going to be in a national title game next year, or hell, they may not be in a national title game again, but are they going to be in the conversation? And I think with what they have built there, and NIL, Mark Cuban's now going to back you even more. I mean, not everybody has Mark Cuban behind them. I think this is an Indiana program. While they may not be a team that's in the semis and national title every year, I think they're going to be in the hunt for a CFP spot just about every year under Curt Cignetti, however long that ends up being.
I hope this season was a wake-up call for everyone, especially those blue hairs that sit in a conference ballroom every single December when they pick out their college football playoff field. I think gone are the days, officially, that name brand weighs more than anything. In college football, you could always go and name brand. If you look at the top 10 rankings in 1976, odds are they're the same as they are today, with your Alabamas, your Texases, your blue-collar teams are always there at the top, and they're still there today. The Penn States of the world. It's like I saw a not too early top 25 where Penn State is ranked 22nd. Why? Is that because it's Penn State? I just feel like we have lived so often of like, oh, well, it's name brand. If a JMU or an App State has the same record as an Auburn. Auburn's going to get the nod in that slot because it's Auburn. Oh, and we just assume it should be great. Indiana this year showed us that you can't do that anymore. You can't just go off of, oh, well, they're the better program. They've historically been the better program. Every program, aside from one, has been the better program than Indiana, and they just ran the table. They went through their Big Ten gauntlet. They went through the Ohio State Buckeyes in the Big Ten championship game, and then they, very closely steamrolled the field in the playoff. So every AP voter out there, every literal geriatric that sits on that college football playoff committee, you have to throw your biases out the window because Indiana proved that this is a new day. We have to start over from scratch in college football, and any team can do what Indiana did. Now, obviously, if they have the funding, if they have the things, but even without that, like you never would have assumed that a team made of 2 and 3 stars, they had no 4 stars on their roster, Indiana, and they just steamrolled the field. We have to take a whole new look at college football now.
To piggyback off of that, I think what changes the most, if you're a head coach out there, if you're a head coach of a program, if you're an athletic director, there's no excuses anymore. Like if you're at a Power 4 program, and I don't care if you're a low-level Big 12 team, a low-level ACC team that's not in the Big 10 or the SEC, now that you saw what Kurt Signetti has done, I'm not saying that you should be expected to go win a national title in 2 years. No, that's insane. But this idea of like, well, we can't do that here, that's over. Like, your job got tougher. You cannot tell me in a press conference this year going into the season, like, we just aren't able to compete. That doesn't fly anymore. That just doesn't. Right. Indiana was the worst Power 5 program in college football. They got to this level. So whether you're at a Kansas or Rutgers or wherever, you cannot tell me that, well, we can't recruit the 5-star kids, so we have no shot. That's been proven to be incorrect. So I actually think the job has gotten tougher for some of those coaches, while at the same time utilizing transfer portal NIL has made your job both easier and tougher, depending on how you want to look at it. But that to me is what the big shift is here. As great as it is, and it's about Indiana, I think it has, you're talking about the rankings and how it removed the bias. I agree. I just think if I'm an alum at a school that hasn't had football success and it's a Power 5 school that still is getting a nice little TV share deal, I'm gonna hold you to even higher expectation. Don't tell me we can't get to a CFP, especially with the rankings probably eventually expanding, although I guess we can discuss the news this week, which is they're keeping it at 12 at least for 2026, Good. Austin. So we're not getting that expansion.
Yeah, I man, don't even get me started on the college football playoff expansion. It's like the freaking greed of these networks and powers that be in the conferences. They want more and more and more, and they're ruining the sport as they do it. Honestly, I think 12 is too many. I think I don't want a team with 3 losses getting a chance to play for the national title, because I don't think you earned it. College football used to be where the entire regular season was a playoff. If you lost, you were out. And you had to bank on other teams ahead of you losing for even a chance. And most of the time, that didn't even come to fruition. College football used to have an 11-week playoff. It was called the regular season. And now we added the playoff, which is fine, I guess. But it's and 12 to me is like, there aren't 12 teams that should have a shot at playing for a national title in college football.
I don't know.
There just isn't.
Yeah, like I hear, I don't want them to get to 20 or anything. And I think we all know we're going to get 16 at some point. That's just inevitable, yeah. I think. That I don't want more than 24. That. Right. And the SEC wants to ensure they can get half the field if possible. You know what I mean? Especially now that they haven't been able to get to a title game in a while. I have no problem with 12. And I'll push back on, I think this year does hurt a little bit of the argument on there's not 12 teams that are good enough or deserving to compete. I mean, Miami was the 10 seed. I understand they won the conference title game, the debate between, they should get in or Notre Dame and all that. And Miami gets the national title. They backed up and proved that they absolutely deserve a shot. I thought this was the first real playoff year we've had since the playoff has started, because as you said earlier, it's not just the same Alabamas, et cetera. This year, the fact that Indiana got to a title game and ultimately won it, like, this was the first year where, to me, the playoff worked. I know people in the SEC won't like me saying that, but like, this is the year where the playoff worked. We got a different crop of teams, and in this case, we also got the best team. I mean, Indiana went 16-0. I don't think there's any argument anybody can make that they weren't also just the best team in college football this year.
Yeah, and I do think that also kind of goes back to the selection committee, though, because Miami, to me, wasn't a fringe team. They didn't play like it all season long. Yeah. If you want to highlight their loss to SMU, or if you want to find the glaring weaknesses that they had along their run into the playoff, then yeah, you can do it. But then I could also do that to the Alabamas of the world that literally were ranked, seated higher than Miami in the playoff. Alabama gets blown out by Florida State in week 1, a really bad Florida State team that, as it turned out to be. They get blown out by Georgia in the SEC title game. Alabama had far more blemishes, but why did they get in? Because it's Alabama, and because and I get it. I fall victim to this. It's muscle memory. We see Alabama's logo, we see Georgia's logo, and we assume that that's just going to be a good brand of football that follows it. But gone are the days. College football is different now. We have to rewire our brains into thinking that OU is not the OU of Bob Stoops' era. They're just not. Alabama is not the Alabama of Nick Saban's era. We have to realize that money is playing a big deal in other programs getting better. and we're seeing it played out on the football field. So I don't think we can literally look at this sport the same way that we have in years past. Like we all collectively, like let's all go through like an exercise. I feel like we need to go to some sort of retreat, a college football retreat, get out in the wilderness, talk out our feelings, and talk about how college football is not the college football that we've known for the 150 years that we've seen before it.
No, it's the semi-pro league. That's what it is. A lot of people wanted like a minor league for the NFL. We officially have that now with NIL, and it is truly a semi-pro football league where you have players staying in college longer than ever before. Some of it is because of NIL. You know, I think NFL players, there's a chance like their careers will be shorter just because look at Dante Moore. 5 years ago, Dante Moore is not even in question. He's declaring for the draft, and he's going to go number 2 overall or whatever. And here he's going back to Oregon. Now, I think it also might be a good deal for him to get more development, but also that just would never have happened because he wouldn't be able to make, $5 million by coming back for one more year. He can get a little money. He can also develop more, and it can all work out all the way around. Whereas 5 years ago, you're not staying. You're not passing up the rookie contract that you're able to get. So I do think we are in a different era. Let me ask you this, though. Indiana, we know what they've done. Here's what's interesting. It is still all about Curt Cignetti and why we all have faith that they can hang around. It would take a decade plus of them, in my opinion, having this success for the job itself to change. What I mean by that is, let's say Curt Cignetti retired tomorrow. Who's leaving their current job to take that job? And this is what I mean by it still is, like, as much as we're propping up, it still is Indiana, and it's because of Curt Cignetti. Like, you're not getting, trying to think of his, Josh Heupel is not leaving Tennessee for Indiana if Curt Cignetti retired tomorrow, even though Indiana is the best team in college football right now. You know what I mean? Like, so who do you, like, I think they would get like a mid-tier SEC coach or a lower-tier SEC coach.
Yeah.
Like, you're not leaving, you're not leaving, Dabo's not leaving Clemson to go to Indiana. Still, even though we all are propping up Indiana, that part still holds true to me.
Well, and I think the payment kind of comes into that. Although, Indiana, to their credit, they are paying Curt Cignetti very well. They realize what they have, and they realize
big time.
We can shell out $14 million a year, and we are getting way more in return with wins on the football field. But I do think, look, you're kind of seeing this shift, this groundswell. Obviously, a couple weeks ago, I did the eulogy for SEC's dominance on this show.
Mm-hmm.
We are seeing that groundswell of like the talent and the eyeballs. And I saw a report this week that there are some folks with that are in the TV industry that are predicting that the ratings are about to follow to the Big Ten and Fox Sports rather than SEC and ESPN, just based off the shift like you're kind of seeing in college football. And I'm really interested to see if suddenly like a Mark Stoops back in the day when he took the Kentucky job, that was like, oh, it's a great hire by Kentucky, that, that's a great job for Mark Stoops. If now all of a sudden that shifts to where if like a Mark Stoops type coach takes the Purdue job, or if he starts to take these mid-tier Big Ten schools because of this shift that you're seeing kind of head northward. I don't know. I think it's a fascinating discussion. It's a fascinating question.
Yeah, I was just thinking, and even our producer Zach behind the scenes in our internal chat was trying to come up with names. And I'll tell you, one of the names he mentioned was like Kenny Dillingham. See, he didn't go to Michigan, right? Wasn't he a candidate for Michigan? So he's not taking the Indiana job. And again, I understand what Indiana just did. My point is, it is still all about Curt Cignetti at this point. If they do this for 10 years, then perhaps it's different. But that part, that's what's unique about this. Yes, you can win anywhere, but I still don't think Indiana is a job that suddenly you're getting the top tier candidates is all my point is. Like Dillingham is a hot young name, not going to Michigan. He's got a big extension at Arizona State. I don't think he would leave. I think, Key at Vanderbilt. Now, Vandy's more complicated because of the academic part of it, so maybe he'd be tempted.
Right.
But again, I don't know if that one might be the answer only because of the academic side. Otherwise, no, I don't think he would leave for Indiana.
Yeah. Clark Lee is definitely one of those names in college football where it's like he's doing what at Vanderbilt? At Vanderbilt, where like their student body in total is 5,000 people. That is a private school in the heart of Nashville, where it's not even like the main thing to do in Nashville, but they're having so much success that they're starting to turn heads in an entertainment town like Nashville. It's pretty wild what he's doing, and it should not be slept on, the job that Clark Lee's doing. But it's kind of the same thing there. It's like, is he making that job a big enough job to where if he left, if that's a desirable destination? It's a fascinating discussion. I will say this, though, in football, more than I think any other sport, I think you can flip the narrative of a job and how desirable it is in less time. I think in 3 years' time, if Curt Cignetti, has this, the success that he's had in 2 years, if he can sustain it for 5 years, I think Indiana becomes one of the top jobs in college football, certainly in the Big Ten. I think it becomes like in the top 4 of big jobs. Obviously, you're always going to have your Ohio States. You're always going to have your Michigans. I would even throw Penn State up there to the top. But Indiana, I think, could very well make itself the 4th best job in the Big Ten alone.
I agree with that. I don't think they're there yet, but yes, totally. If this is sustained success, and I think as long as Cignetti's there for another 5 years, then I expect him to be, let's say, the next 5 years. I think 3 out of the 5 years at minimum, they could be in the CFP. Like maybe next year, I'll be honest, I haven't dove into their transfer portal. I know they got the Hoover kid that's coming in to be the quarterback from TCU, and maybe this time last year, nobody would have thought Mendoza from Cal was going to turn into a Heisman candidate. So let's see what Cignetti can do with Hoover. Maybe he shocks all of us and he's got another guy that's a Heisman candidate. If that's the case, they will be right back in the exact same spot. Sustained success is definitely coming for Indiana. So to what extent are they going to become a dynasty, if you will, as much as you can be in college football? I don't know about that, but they're going to be one of the top teams in the country, I think, for years to come.
Well, Curt Cignetti is a transfer portal scientist. He is a wizard at that. That's how he's built up when he was at IUPUI, when he was at Elon, and then when he was at JMU. Through the transfer portal, he has taken advantage of it, and he did that in Indiana. So I think that's the one area where it's like, it's retool rather than rebuild, right? Or what is it? Reload. They're reloading at Indiana rather than rebuilding because, obviously you lose Fernando Mendoza and you lose a lot of talent there. I think he's going to do just fine just with the rules the way they are in college football.
And he still has his offensive coordinator and Mike Shanahan. I think that's crucial too. He's not going anywhere at this point in time. You keep the staff together, all that. Attributes to the success they're having at Indiana. All right, let's get back to the NFL, though, coming up next. We're going to go to Denver. Zach Bye hosts radio in the Mile High City. How are they feeling about Jarrett Stidham? What's the expected plan there to go try to take down Drake May and the Patriots as the Broncos are home dogs by about 4 points over at BetMGM? We'll do that next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Here's the snap, the spot, the kick is up, it is good, and the Broncos win in overtime. Denver 33, Buffalo 30, and for the first time in a decade, the Denver Broncos are back in the AFC Championship game.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick Sr. on the call, Westwood One. Of course, last weekend, the overtime win there in Denver for the Broncos over Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, and now an AFC title game set there. And we'll see ultimately how the weather might play into this one. I don't know if the weather is or not. We're going to find out with Zach Bye from 104.3 The Fan in Denver at Bye's Line on Twitter. He's the host of The Drive. We were talking even before Zach joined us that he was there a week ago. He's going to be there tomorrow as well. Let me just start with the feeling in Denver. I know like everybody talked about the ultimate high, getting to an AFC title game, and then the devastating news, of course, a short time. How did fans handle the juxtaposition there between everything that happened?
Man, I've actually never seen anything like it. And thank you guys for having me on. I mean, this is unprecedented mostly. I mean, actually, literally, I mean, you can point to Jeff Hostetler back in the 1990 season, filling in for Phil Simms, but he even had more starts than Jarrett Stidham. I mean, we're talking about a player that has started 4 games, guys. 4 more games than I've started in the NFL is going to start in the AFC Championship game. It's insane. It's going to go down in history. All right. It feels like the Broncos are off the hook from a pressure standpoint. Like this is the number 1 overall seed playing at home. And if they lose, everyone will get it. So this is a really rare intersection in the pressure category. But in terms of your question, how the fan base has handled it, it's remarkable. You have a fan base of like Buffalo, which is near and dear to my heart, that's seemingly always complaining about what doesn't go their way. And here Broncos country is, they lose their franchise quarterback who just led another fourth quarter comeback. And the entire community is rallying around Jarrett Stidham. I mean, half the fan base has changed their Twitter avatars to an old LeBron meme with the headphones and and it's Stidham. So it's definitely not a hey, we're feeling sorry for ourselves type of a vibe right now in the Mile High City. It's rallying around Jarrett Stidham. And fellas, I'm not here to misrepresent a career that doesn't really exist, but at the same time, this Patriots organization drafted Stidham in the 4th round, okay? When Josh McDaniels got the Raiders job, he immediately traded for Jarrett Stidham. When he became available as a free agent, this was Sean Payton's first signing. 1 hour and 14 minutes into the tampering period, we found out Jarrett Stidham was getting a 2-year, $10 million contract. I'm like, wait, what? What? And then when that deal was up, the Patriots tried to sign him back this past offseason. So again, I don't want to misrepresent something that doesn't exist, but at the same time, Jarrett Stidham has been one of the more coveted backup quarterbacks in the NFL. And I think that there's something to be said for that.
I got a twofold question for you. Zach Bye joins us from 104.3 The Fan in Denver. And do you think because they are kind of playing with house money, that almost makes the Broncos more dangerous? And I guess, is that the sentiment with, fans? You said, it's really kind of like, yeah, like if they lose, they'll understand. But do you feel like that's the sentiment with fans? And furthermore, is that the sentiment inside the locker room?
I think the sentiment inside the locker room is loud and clear. It is Stidham is our guy. We play against Stidham every single day in practice. It was Zach Allen, I believe it was, a defensive tackle earlier this week, who said, hey, we go against Stidham as the scout team quarterback, and then we actually play the quarterback that he's trying to replicate. And Stidham's better than half these guys that he's pretending to be. So I think that the sentiment in the locker room is, kind of like fight or flight, right? That human instinct of we're kind of a wounded animal right now, and we have no choice but to give 100% exertion to this task. Guys, they're 60 minutes away from a Super Bowl. This is the NFL. This is not a series. This is not a best of. This is a game in Mile High where the Broncos have hosted 7 AFC championship games and they're 6-1. As great as Tom Brady was, who was 7-1 on the road against the rest of the NFL, was 0-3 in Denver, Colorado. So Jarrett Stidham is not Bo Nix, but Drake May also isn't Tom Brady. So to think that the Broncos couldn't win this game with this defense would be naive.
I'm with you. We've been talking about it all show long. I think this is a much closer game than maybe people think outside of Denver. You know, you said it there with the belief inside the locker room, but I even just think you look at Bo Nix, and not that he's not the better quarterback, but he's not worth 7 points. He's not worth 6 points for Denver. And so if that's the case, like I love the bet, by the way, Denver to cover first and foremost. We'll get into it in our final segment of the show. What's the script look like though? Here, I mean, are they gonna lean on RJ Harvey more? Are they gonna let Jarrett Stidham run similar type of offense as Bo Nix? What's the thought there?
Yeah, it's a great question, man. And before I answer it though, let me just touch on what you just hit in passing. So this spread, the look ahead line was Broncos -1.5, right? And then the injury happens, and then the initial line comes out, and it's Broncos catching 5.5, right? So that means you're saying Bo Nix is worth a full what would it be 6.5, 7 points, guys? That's what
right.
That's what Mahomes and Allen get, right? So if you've watched Bo Nix all year, and I'm in the trenches with this football team, he's been really good at times, but big swaths of this season, he has been below average, okay? And that's just me keeping it a buck with you guys, okay? So now you're saying Bo Nix, who most of the country didn't believe in as recent as a month ago, is worth 7 points on the spread? No, 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 no. No, not in Denver. Not in Denver. This game's not in Foxborough. And this is a Patriots team that is 0-4 all time in Denver. And that's with some of the greatest NFL teams we've ever seen, right? So I think we've kind of moved the goalpost a little bit on Bo Nix's value. So I do agree with you. I think the right side is Denver. Now, anything can happen. I don't believe in the phrase lock. So we'll see how it plays out. But stylistically, to your question, you know, how does Sean Payton operate and what is his approach here? Guys, he's going to try to win the game with Stidham. Sean Payton has a different level of moxie to him, okay? And he sees the game through the eyes of a quarterback. This was a player in Bo Nix who was the least thought of first-round quarterback last year, correct? Well, Bo went out and was 6th in the NFL last year in attempts. 6th as a rookie. You know who was number 1 this year? It was Bo Nix. And so now it's Stidham. And what does Sean Payton say after the football game when he's in his street clothes announcing the injury to Bo Nix? He said, guys, with Stidham, watch out. Watch out. He said, you know, doubt at your own peril. Watch out. And those words, watch out, will live forevermore if the Broncos pull this off. And I believe that Sean Payton is going to try to win the game with Stidham. All right. I just watched the dynamic play out in front of me against the Buffalo Bills, a team who was one of the worst run stopping teams in the entire NFL. Bottom 5 in yards given up per game, bottom 3 in yards per attempt, dead last in allowing rushing touchdowns, and running backs had 10 carries. 10 in the divisional round. He sees the game through the eyes of a quarterback. He was a quarterback at Eastern Illinois. That's just how he digests the game of football. So when he says watch out, and he signed this guy, he was the first signing of the Sean Payton era. It wasn't Zach Allen. It wasn't right tackle Mike McGlinchey. It was Jarrett Stidham. So if you think that Sean Payton, in all his hubris and flat out arrogance, is going to hand the ball off 30 times and have some ground and pound approach, I think you're crazy. I'm slamming the over on Jarrett Stidham passing attempts. All right. I'm slamming the over on passing yards. He is going to try to not only win the game, but prove a point. And he is always out to prove a point. This guy has an axe to grind and a chip on his shoulder that says, I know football better than you. I'm better at this than you are. Okay? This is a coach that before the NFL draft a year ago said, we're going to be really good at this quarterback and talent evaluation thing. And we're thankful that other people aren't good at it. I mean, wildly arrogant. This is a guy who, at the start of the summer, said, I've coached 6 teams that I think could win a Super Bowl. This is number 7. And here they are 60 minutes from the biggest game in American sports. So, no. Jarrett Stidham is not going to be a passenger. Jarrett Stidham is going to have his hands on 10 and 2 of that steering wheel tomorrow afternoon.
Zach By told me he had oceanfront property in Denver. I would buy a timeshare right now. My goodness, I think my entire mindset has shifted towards this game. I'm like geeked to watch it. Now, Zach, before we hit this segment, you told us kind of off air that you are going to the game as a fan, which honestly I absolutely love and respect because it's a totally different vibe when you go credentialed and go in the press box. But you are going to be hitting the parking lots. You're going to be tailgating. My question for you is over under number of shots that Zach By gets offered. And I'm setting the line at 4.5. I don't know how long you're going to be there, but I think the line is going to remain the same, even if you're just doing a walkthrough. Because my day-to-day job, I host a country morning radio show in Chicago. I can tell you right now, when Kenny Chesney comes to Soldier Field, I am hard-pressed to get through that parking lot without at least a half dozen shots. So, Zach By, over under 4.5 shots tomorrow for the Broncos game.
I would play the alternate line, plus 430. I would play the alternate lines. And you said it in your setup to the question. It's a different vibe. You go in the press box. There's the old phrase, no cheering in the press box, right? Guess what? I want to cheer. Guess what? I'm going to this. I'm getting sent to the Super Bowl. I'm getting sent to the Super Bowl if the Denver Broncos win. So I'll be acting like it. And
hell yeah.
This fan base is insane. I mean, coming a mile high in an AFC championship game, I can't imagine. But if last week was an appetizer of what it's going to be like, I mean, guys, you hear from Jim Nantz and Tony Romo on the call. They say this is one of the 5 loudest places to play. And you're coming into altitude, which can often pay dividends in the last quarter of these games. And I'm guessing it will, because you just can't prepare for it. You seriously can't. And I heard about altitude my whole life. My first month living here, I'm not a nap guy. I took a nap every single day. I had to catch myself going up 2 flights of stairs. So even though these guys are in top tier shape, like it will have a cause and effect. And look, the Patriots have also just played more games than the Denver Broncos. Keep that in mind. Guys, 18 of the last 20 Super Bowl winners had built-in time off. All right? So to think that doesn't matter, it's crazy. So I'm hoping that all this, sort of energies come together and the Broncos can pull something off that, I mean, look, we've seen backups win championships before. People forget Trent Dilfer was filling in for Tony Banks. Kurt Warner coming in. We saw Tom Brady, fill in. We saw Nick Foles fill in. This is different because there's no runway for the trial and error part. There's no runway. This is more of a drone just lifting right off the ground. So we'll see how these dynamics play out on Sunday. But I'm morbidly fascinated about the matchup without Bo Nix.
Well, enjoy the beverages, man, and we'll bet that alt line on the shots before you head out to the parking lot there in Broncos country. Zach By, host of The Drive on 104.3 The Fan in Denver. Thanks so much, man.
Hey, cheers, guys. Enjoy the game, and thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Zach.
Absolutely. And he's
My goodness,
right,
if Zach,
the fan aspect, yeah.
If he started a Broncos Colts, I'm not just drinking the Kool-Aid. I'm getting it injected into my IV. I'm getting an IV right into my vein of the Kool-Aid. That was amazing.
Look, I'm in Kansas City, so I will never root for the Denver Broncos. That's never happening. But I totally am with them on the spread. Like, we'll get to our picks in the next segment, and I've been alluding to it all show. I love Denver to cover. But he's convinced me maybe to bet a Jared Stidham prop, which I didn't think I actually would. That definitely has
right?
been accomplished. But I won't be rooting for him, but I think they absolutely got a shot. They absolutely got a shot to get it done. All right, let's get our final picks for the game. We'll do Goldilocks and final thoughts on these two championship games coming up next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff here on Westwood One Sports. We will get to the Goldilocks before we get out of here. Our picks for championship weekend. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us as always. Staying safe out there as well. I know a lot of winter weather across the United States. Watching on YouTube, of course, Westwood One channel 375, Odyssey app, Westwood One Sports app, you name it. Checking out the shows here on Westwood One Sports. I do want to mention college basketball briefly. It's something we'll start to get into more post-football as well on the show, but there's a lot of games featuring top 25 and top 10 teams, including a couple in the top 10 right now. You've got Duke taking on Wake Forest, Duke number 5 in the country. That one, about 3 minutes till we get to halftime in the first half there, 37-25 lead for Duke. A game I've been keeping an eye on. One of the great stories in college basketball, number 7 in undefeated Nebraska. Typically not talking about Nebraska being a top 10 team in the country. They're down 6 at halftime. It's still just halftime, but that is one to watch. Could be a massive upset today. They're on the road taking on Minnesota. And Nebraska is off to their best start in program history. They're 19-0 with Fred Hoiberg and company. They're the real deal, but maybe a bit of a scare happening there. Michigan State, number 10 in the country. They are all over Maryland, 37-18. Number 22, North Carolina, trailing Virginia, who's 14 in the country, 37-26. And then you do have UConn and Villanova just getting started there. Number 2 team in the country, UConn, early going, Villanova up 8-7.
Wouldn't it be a wild year, Alex, if in a year where Indiana wins the Natty in football, Nebraska wins the Natty in basketball? Wouldn't that be so, like, we would be living in the upside down at that point.
It would, but they're the real deal. I know I say that as they might get upset today. We'll see. I would still I actually want to look what the live line is. I want to bet Nebraska here before halftime ends. I got to look what the live line. I think Nebraska will come back and win that game. I was trying to see as we're on the air here and scroll through my BetMGM app to try to find the odds there. They're not fluky. Like they're not fluky. They've got big time wins already on the season. They've beaten Illinois, who's a tournament team. They've got some impressive wins. They're plus 2.5 on BetMGM, plus 120 money line. Like I kind of want to bet that right now.
That win against Illinois at home in Nebraska on a buzzer beater. That was a wild game. That one.
Beat Michigan State. As well.
I'm all for new blood in all sports. Like I love when the untraditional team kind of makes a rise, and Nebraska is certainly that this year in college basketball, just like Indiana was in football. Like give me more of that. Give me the guys that can fight with the blue bloods in both sports, because I just think it makes it more interesting for the rest of the country.
Nebraska, if you're wondering, you brought up national titles, so I'll mention the odds. 40-1, Nebraska. Right now, you can lock it in. 40-1.
Take it.
If you
Might
think,
as well.
If you think,
throw a little money.
If you think they're winning Natty, yeah. Michigan is the favorite, I believe, right now to win the title. By the way, over at BetMGM, you can take advantage of the college basketball odds boost token. You could use that today. No matter your team, odds boost token belongs in your starting 5. Use your token on any college hoops bet, and you'll get a bigger payout if you win. That'll send us right into our Goldilocks, though. We do this towards the end of every show. A mixed bag last weekend for us on the Goldilocks. I want to start with the Broncos because we've been talking about them a lot this hour. I've told you I love them on the spread to cover, and you can shop the line a little bit. At one point it was 5.5. You're never going to see 5.5 on the board again, but 4.5 versus 4. You could shop around and still find a 4.5, although it's not the key number necessarily. So it's not as big of a deal as if we were talking a 3.5 versus a 3 or something like that. But I do think the Broncos, and I feel even more confident about it based on our guest that we just had on talking them up. I think they can cover. You're not going to get me to the window to bet them on the money line. I won't go that far, but I do like them to cover in this spot. And then the other Goldilocks to go with it, and this one is strictly because of our last guest. Now I'm convinced I got to go with Jarrett Stidham on the passing side of things for this game. So even if the Broncos aren't as competitive as we think, he's making it sound like they're not going to just run the ball like crazy. Jarrett Stidham's going to get the opportunity to pass the football. So Jarrett Stidham, over under passing yards, over under 200.5. I like the over for Jarrett Stidham. We'll lock that one in.
That one scares me. I know Zach By literally had me drinking the Broncos Kool-Aid by the time he hung up the phone. But I am so scared to touch anything with. Then again, I'm scared to touch anything in terms of sports betting because I'm pretty sure every prediction I've made on this show has gone wrong. So if you hear me make a prediction, your best betting bet is to fade me. But remember how I know Zach By talked me into this game being a lot closer than I think it was. However, I am still very confident that the Patriots are going to pull this off because remember a couple weeks ago, Alex, when on this show, I made a bet that it was in the Chargers-Patriots game. I said there's not a chance the Patriots lose this game. If it does, I'm a Mizzou guy. You're a KU guy. I will sing Kansas's fight song on the show the next week. Well, I didn't end up doing that because the Patriots obviously won that game. I think I might be more confident in the Patriots winning. It might be closer than we thought. But I think the Patriots are no doubt. I'm more sure that they are going to win this week than I was against the Chargers.
Okay. And that is if Bo Nix was playing, you'd still be taking the Patriots, I take it then based off of that?
I'd probably still be taking the Patriots, but it'd be even closer than I think it's going to be. And I do think it is going to be a close win. I'm not writing off the Broncos entirely. I just don't think there's any chance that they take down the Patriots.
All right, then we go to the NFC. And this one I've been more torn on. A month or so ago here locally, we gave our predictions, and I have a Rams-Patriots Super Bowl exact matchup ticket out there. And so I'm rooting for that. However, I'll admit, Seattle's just been the better football team. They've been the best football team over the last month plus. I'm going to go with another dog here, except this one I'll go with an outright winner. I'm going to take the Rams to go on the road. I think they're the only team when the playoffs started on the NFC side that is capable of going into Seattle and getting the win. Here they are. I think Sean McVay also won't make the same mistake that nearly got him in Chicago, which was, for whatever reason, on that third down, he ran the football to only eat 7 seconds off the clock. I think he'll give his MVP quarterback, because I think Stafford will win it this year, an opportunity. I think Sam Darnold will actually have to do a bit more in this spot. Give me the Rams plus 120 on the money line to go in there as an underdog and get Sean McVay and Stafford to another Super Bowl.
The Rams really, really impressed me with the way they were able to come in and take care of business in Chicago last week. Because obviously Chicago, a tough place to play in a very hungry city that is so ready for the Bears to be back. But also to fight off the elements, I was just very impressed. Like they were level-headed the entire game. Things did not go their way the entire game. In fact, Sean McVay said it himself. He's like, they played despite my bad coaching. The team played well. So they really impressed me. And you know what? For the sake of your bet, though, I'll take the Seahawks just so you can get it right out.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your willingness to try to help my bet cash. We can certainly use it. Those are some Goldilocks heading into championship weekend. Before we get out of here, I don't know what your plans are for the weekend, if you got some family time or what you're doing. Last night I was going to watch something, and then it got canceled due to rain. And now it's tonight. Have you seen this Skyscraper Live event that's happening on Netflix tonight after it got postponed? So there's this guy named, I think it's Alex Honnold, and he's basically like the GOAT of free climbing, essentially, right? Like he's climbed stuff at Yosemite and all that. He is going to be live on Netflix tonight. Yeah, with a 10-second delay. It was supposed to be last night, but it rained. This will be at 8 Eastern tonight. And he's going to climb this Taipei 101 tower, I guess. Are you into this kind of thing? Like, did you ever watch the Grand Canyon Niagara Falls stuff, or what's his name?
Yeah,
whatever his name was,
or something. Yeah. I was never into the tight-roping things just because there were so many safety harnesses. Like, take away the safety harnesses and I'm in without question. Like, I want real stakes on the line. But unfortunately, I will be going to Disney on Ice tonight with my children. So you're going to have to give me a full recap next week on the skyscraper climb.
I think the climb has me for, like, 5 or 10 minutes, and then I'll get bored. Because, look, the only reason why you're watching is because you want to see – it's the gladiator stuff. You want to see if he's going to survive. That's the only answer. Otherwise, like, what's the point? That's
why we love Squid Game so much.
Exactly. Same thing. Anyway, I'll be keeping an eye on that. You enjoy Disney on Ice. I think you'll have a lot of fun with that one. Might be more entertaining, too. He's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Gold. We'll talk to you guys next week when we have a Super Bowl matchup ready for us.